Alright, almost ready. Give me one more minute. Alright, slow start today, but pile up of morning shit to do. Yes, cat. Grab cat food. Here, babe. But I hope y'all are having a good morning. Alright. Come on. Come on. It's also hot as shit today. I'll give you extra. Don't get more fat. Ugh. What man of love? How could past me do this? That sick fuck unplugged my fan. Okay. Now we're gaming. That's a loud fan. There was a massive dust bunny in that fan, apparently, and I just saw it go, like, right over my head, just past me. It was very funny. Ugh. Out of breath. Hello. Stop blowing the dust over here. Blow the air, not the dust. Yeah, you know when you click go live and then you remember the 20 other things you have to do in the morning? Yeah, that was me today. Anyway, how are y'all? Priz, Paradox, Mr. David Bowling, J-Bridge, Mr. Glenn, Kitty, Pride Time, anyone else who might be lurking about. Stop me from photoshopping your face on a cynical and make my PFP. Nothing, I guess? Feel free. Approved. And yeah, like I was telling Prison Paradox, I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. Good game, now that I've got the hang of it. I'm enjoying. Some of the combats are quite hard. I'm having to figure out alternative ways to kind of get certain places. And some of the companions are questionable in their timing and when they choose to be horny. But, you know, RPG things. Welcome to stream, Quagaquill. So yeah, today I want to continue going for Sagittarius and Ring of Omens. It's gonna require some patience with the Blood Moon stuff. What I think I'm gonna do, I did some research to see how some other people looked for it. I'm gonna do like 5 checks and then move my clock half an hour and then do 5 checks and so on and so forth. Rogue very much just burrs through everything. I'm playing Warlock. So my Eldritch Blast started off absurdly strong, and then it's starting to need a little more investment again. But I'm gonna get that power spike soon. I think level 5 I get a big power injection if I remember Warlock progression right. I'm level 4 right now, so it's just I don't really have any AoE. I just have my rogue and my wizard spamming sleep anytime there's need for AoE. I'm just like, all right, put that half of the room to sleep so I can deal with these. And whenever my warlock gets outnumbered, I just kind of bait enemies to cliffs and then eldritch blast them off because I have the knockback. It's fun. Later in games, hardest combat's usually the starter stuff. Yeah, yeah. True to D&D, honestly. Sort of watching someone play it. Ooh, nice. Game decided to give me hardy regeneration, regenerator annihilation. That's so toxic, actually. Holy shit. Hardy and regen. Still didn't get that blood moon. Not yet. I think I'm gonna spend the first like I don't know maybe 2 hours of stream focusing on this, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll grab Sagittarius and leave. Mara Parish on my first roll. It's just that easy. Let's go, Loki. Simply manifest it. That's all you got to do. How you doing, Everest? Blood Moon just random? It seems to be random and also coupled with a timer to get my Mew. No, how long do I have for that? I don't think the Mewtwo event starts for like a few weeks, right? Remnant, don't do this run like shit thing again. Huh? Why would you grab saggy titties then just leave? Did I miss something? Oh, Sagittarius, saggy titty. Okay, okay. I get it. I get it. Listen, I haven't had much of the coffee yet. Oh, also look at this chat. I got St. Jude merch. You can't see it because I keep my camera flipped, but yeah, it's St. Jude Play Live stuff. Got a T-shirt and a mat, which you can't quite see it, but it is on my TV stand that I don't put a TV on behind me over there. Opinions on the deceit rifle. It's something that I've not put in the effort to build towards myself, but Rator showed me a couple clips of him using it, and I am a big believer. When I do get around to using it, I have high expectations. It's high effort for high reward with deceit. But emphasis on high effort. Your parents forgot your birthday? Oh no. In their defense, I don't remember most people's birthdays either. So I can't with 100% certainty claim that I would remember a hypothetical kid of mine and their birthday. But maybe that's a shared failing with me and them. I remember 4 birthdays. And everyone else is just kind of slips. Alright, let me do like 2 more resets, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my system clock forward. And take CZ's suggestion of just it being timer based. We're really broke, upgrading it to a reasonable level. Do a more ranged primary alternative, the A10. Yeah, the thing with it is like it can't weak spot unless you use its gimmick, which is sometimes beneficial, sometimes detrimental. It does allow you to have good uptime on bosses where you don't otherwise have good weak spot access, like let's say Corruptor. If you're going for the alt kill, you just don't have a weak point on the big boss most of the fight. The seat's really good for that because it just gives you weak point access and you have the time to do the setup. It makes a lot of sense. Hey, Mr. Sean, how you doing? Shared failing, off meta failing. Windows. Tabbing out of Remnant into my date and time menu causes my game to stutter. Alright. I move my clock forward an hour. We're trying every trick in the book to force blood moons. And to answer your question earlier, Prez, I opened the world checker and I just looked through what I have. I didn't attempt to do anything more than that. It did confirm for me that there's some items that Cass just has not gotten in my game yet, so I do still need to keep checking Cass. I don't have some of the RNG stuff. Isn't it weird how having a good night's sleep somehow makes you even more tired during the day? Real. Like, I felt more well rested the last couple of days where I've stayed up until 2, 3, 4 a.m. playing Baldur's Gate. I felt more well rested than before I was doing that. When I was going to bed at like midnight, 1 o'clock. Curious if yesterday broke the proverbial back. If today goes poorly, it probably will. I just didn't want to put in the effort to figure out how to actually do it. But if we get walled again, 2 days in a row, then yeah. Probably be in your ear about it. Oh, it's Thursday. JJK Anime is doing like breaks and filler for the next 5 weeks, I believe. Don't depress me. I was thinking out loud. I'd forgot about it. I was like, it's Thursday. Why am I excited for Thursday? And then I was like, oh, that's normally what I'm excited about. End of month is next arc. Yeah, so 4 weeks. Cool. Functioning my best with 5.5 to 6 hours sleep. More than that, I feel exhausted all day. Yeah. Yeah, same. It's about 6 is the golden spot for me. Anything above 7, I just start feeling bad. Free Epic Game Day. Anything interesting in the free Epic Games? I haven't checked that in like a year. Manga should have chapter. 231 is out already. I read that like yesterday, day before. How loud is my fan when I start talking? It shouldn't be loud enough for the mic to pick it up on its own, but you can probably hear it when my voice is getting past the noise gate. Is it too much? Because it's very loud for me. Kevin is very confused by it. He's just kind of sniffing at the fan, like what this? Rotation of previous free games, nothing incredible. Gotcha. Don't hear it? Okay, cool. Definitely blew some dust into my coffee. Because it's pulpy. Ah shit, here we go again. Yeah, CZ. I'm trying 231s last week. Ooh, cool. My sense of time from playing Remnant and Baldur's Gate screwed me. I do get a new chapter. Sick. Um, I'm trying a mix of strats. I'm doing like a handful of checks with both the crystal and the door. Um, and then I'm resetting my system clock or pushing my system clock forward like every few minutes just to see. Just to see. I don't plan on spending too much time here. If we get walled, then what I'll do is I'll just grab Sagittarius and I'll save the Blood Moon farming for off stream, and we'll just do other stuff. So we got backup strats for content. He's not above the sound of my own computer's fan. I will say, playing Baldur's Gate for more than a couple hours makes my PC really loud. Really, really loud. A little off topic, but like I fucking hate Comcast. They tried to bury a brand new fiber main literally 2 millimeters above our 10-inch gas main. Oh yeah, what could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? Are you telling me that internet service providers don't have the best interests of literally anyone on the planet at heart? What do you mean? Like, they don't even have their own interests at heart. It's comical. Other than making the entire neighborhood go boom, nothing. Yeah. I don't see the problem. Are you afraid of a little explosion? That's the problem with this generation. It's so soft. You want your house to not blow up? This farm makes me sad. Back in our day, if we didn't turn the dryer off 3 seconds before the timer went off, the whole planet exploded. Tell them. Hey, Control, thank you for the 33 months. I was your age, my house used to blow up all the time, and we had to rebuild it every time. Builds character. Yeah, just pull the ruins of your family home up by their bootstraps. Hey, Mike, how you doing? make enough to afford bootstraps. So real. I did have a grade school friend whose house basically blew up and it didn't devastate them at all. Heavy sarcasm. It was devastating. Yeah, like, jokes aside, that reminded me of the terrible shit in Hawaii right now. If anyone's not aware, terrible wildfires. So if anyone here happens to be there or have loved ones there, send in good thoughts, etc. Just a gentle reminder that that place is more than a vacation destination. It's somewhere where people live. And it's burning. It seems like some location on the map at all times is just on fire. Kinda scary if you think about it for more than 2 seconds. This old guy. I have not, and I don't know what part of Hawaii he resides in. So I did think of him. I hope he's okay, and everyone he cares about. Diablo 4 outside. It's not my fault. People aren't taking advantage of. Maybe too soon, but also I laughed. So yeah, even without wildfires, there's also that one coal mine in Pennsylvania. I think that was accidentally lit on fire. It's been burning. There's just so much, like, there's so many one-off things that obviously, disclaimer, stuff like this has happened in throughout the 21st and 20th century, and things like social media give your average person more access to knowing when these things are happening, etc., etc. Hand waving that disclaimer. But like, so many individual things that are like the plot of a 90s superhero show, like the villain plot of the episode, are just things that we just see in the news. Like, yeah, I'm gonna derail this train carrying chemicals, and it's gonna render this entire region uninhabitable. Mwahaha. It's like, no, that's just Ohio, bro. Like, oh shit. I'm gonna turn the drinking water into fire. No, that would be over in Michigan. Food for thought. Fortunately, all the superheroes are owned by Marvel and DC aren't available for preventing disasters right now. No, they're striking. They're supporting the SAG strike. They can't work either. Solidarity, it's important. Next thing you know, the sun's gonna fucking collide with the moon. And you'll have people saying that neither the sun nor the moon are real and that they were paid actors. Doctor. Uh, ARL supervillains even come in cartoonish colors now. There's so many little details about this game that I like. I like the skybox. You know how I can get diverting heart? It shows up in Cass's inventory eventually. Actually, I have the spreadsheet open that shows the condition. 1 second. Look that up for you real quick. Defeat 15 world bosses. Oh, sorry, 18 world bosses. That's an 8, not a 5. I have functional eyes. Maybe. You like Grimace? The Grimace shake trend was so interesting, and like, I I don't have the thread saved anymore, but I was reading a breakdown of how like the I have a blood moon out here that just won't go away, but I can't go in here. Um like it was completely organic. That wasn't something McDonald's tried to make happen, it just happened. An adventurer story. Either I think it's just 18 total on that character, OG. That looks red. Wait, that looks red. Wait, did we get it? That's red. Right? Is that copium or is that red? I don't think it's copium. Okay, yeah, that's red. Okay, that's a blood moon. Let's go. Okay. Step 2 of this farm complete. Now, step 3, the most important thing. Actually doing the puzzle because I don't remember the solutions. And I don't want to sit there reading the book, deciphering it. Let's just pull up a text guide. Okay. Yeah, cookies. Um, Step 3 question mark, step 4 profit. Yeah. Okay, so which ones do I do? Do I do Blood Moon? And then Hope? Yeah, Blood Moon and Hope, right? Hope is Sagittarius. Um Also, we have to hope that I didn't get the bug. We have to hope for that too. Okay. So the Blood Moon solution. I have what it's supposed to look like up on my screen. I don't know which levers I pull in which combination for this. But from this angle... I need that to be over there. so which of these levers does which? Because I have to do two separate solutions here, I'm trying not to move things too much. So I can go from like a relatively neutral position, you know? Okay. Oh, this one. That's right. Now I need the rings moved over. I guess I use this one. Oh yeah, I have a slower move speed. Hopefully it doesn't crash my game. Why did it stutter like that? No. Yes? No? Move that. I think I moved that one too much. Oh, oh. Okay. Oh. Well. I overpressed. Hang on. Hey Rohit, how you doing? Officially hate Remnant 2 for giving me Bloat King and Apoc run. Bloat King is less than fun. I need to make sure the leasing office for the apartment complex got my security deposit at the same time. I don't want to bother them because I've already called them today. It's kind of an important thing. Like, my deeply rooted anxiety totally understands not wanting to do that. But, like, when it comes to having a place to live, I feel like that's the kind of thing you double check on. So hopefully we don't get the bug. The floor is supposed to open, right? Oh no. Oh no. There's a bug. Yeah, when you open this room during a blood moon, the floor is supposed to open. So the entire reason I did all that blood moon resetting and I had the bug the whole time. Yay! Okay, this is fine. It's not fine. I'm actually fucking crushed. But we can grab Sagittarius while we're here. I just need to... That's very, very annoying. That's the problem when you make like a 50-step process to get an item. You end up with a situation where one of the steps doesn't work, so someone goes through the other 49 steps and then they just get fucked on the last one. It's certainly a thing that happens. That should be correct for this one, right? No. No. One more. Need those 4. Should be it. What do I not have correct? What am I missing? Oh. Oh. This. Right. That's not what I need to turn. I'll turn this one for that. No, it's not that. Go all the way back around. Can I save quit? Nope. I have to, reset adventure. Does it work in story always? Has anyone had the bug in story? I don't want to fucking do the story again. But like I can reset to get Yeisha first. Do I just rotate the solution here on its axis, I guess? Yeah, this says head to the circle and facing the circle from the entrance to the room hopes looks like this, but like, that's not correct. Oh yeah, I guess I'll just rotate the whole thing. See what that does. One's a symbol one. Is it fucking this one? Please be the correct one. Oh, I know it's this. Okay. Yeah, this is what I need to do. Need that facing over here. That's our consolation prize for all this fucking time wasted. It's a bug for me in Adventure, so I rolled to get a new one second time it worked. Teleporting for a new Blood Moon sucked, though. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. At least we got Sagittarius. High-powered bow, shields bonus damage to weak spots, can be charged from increased effect, perfect release after charge for maximum damage, standard bow stuff. That is a good weak spot mult, 115. And crit chance. 5 staggers, not bad for a gun. Good ranges. Starfall. Fires a powerful arrow which deals 45 damage, opens a 10.5 meter portal that rains down star fragments. Each fragment deals 87.5 damage within 6 meters. Lasts 6 seconds. I do want to mess around with that. So now we're back to step 1. Yes, cutting a hole in a box, J-Bridge. Where I need to reset Yesha until I get the cathedral again. Beat me to it. I know you. I know you. The resources to just upgrade Starfall. BRB sounds good. Sagittarius, not Starfall. Starfall's the mod. Cool. It's upgraded. Yay. Let's upgrade Deceit too, because I wanna do stuff with that. I can at least spend the resources that I've gotten while going for this. Try out Meridian too. Guess we'll finish off Spectral Blade, because I like that one. Oh, I'm out of scrap.
You know
of course I am. Right. Unchilled Steam with the speed. There's a 10 to 20-year-old reference to be made, I'll be making it. How old is that song? 16 years? Not okay with that. New magic trick, making this pile of scrap disappear. It says 2009? I thought 07. Okay. Okay. So, only 14. But we're just medium old. Yeah, when Lonely Island was like big, I was in middle school, high school. So, yeah. I think 2007 is right though. 2007 might be like the first wave of stuff they did. Like Jizz in My Pants. It's the name of a song. Before anyone goes out of context with that.
Real pretty. Yeah. I don't trust this place.
Yo, Remnant, you wanna break 10 FPS? That would be so sick. Talk about Lonely Island? Yeah. Flipped and shipped? Understandable. Have a day. ...2023 game release things. Maybe after the first hour of the game being open, I'll get above 10 frames. Opium. Oh, I got hit. I wasn't there, so... I was stuck in the world between frames. You can at least grab some poop to eat. You can never have too much edible poop. Blood Moon Altar is here to insult me. Edible poop showed up at the same time as these. Is that a coincidence? It's just the latest supplement from Dr. Seven. Quick dive into Blood Moon and made a small write-up in the Remnant channel. Anyone else feel free. Ooh, let me look at that during the load screen. Okay, so Blood Moon lasts 20 minutes. 1 hour cooldown. Tech cooldown being 6-ish minutes. Okay. Okay, so for optimal Blood Moon resetting, you would change to 2 zones that aren't the area you want. Then advance your clock 6 minutes and then go back to the zone. If you don't get it, then advance your clock an hour, then check 2 other zones, and then try again. Or then 6 minutes per fail, 1 hour if you got a Blood Moon in any area that wasn't the one. So you would go to 2 non-Yesha zones so that you don't get Blood Moons. So you don't have to worry about the hour timer.
Here they come.
Got the apartment. Let's go, Paradox. Big W. Blood Moon bug, account wide, character wide, just the instance. I think it's just the particular instance. So, like, my map didn't recognize the blood moon, so I think I need to force it to generate the cathedral again. Because I definitely had a blood moon. So yeah, it seems like the strat is gonna be get cathedral, check for blood moon. If I don't have it, advance clock 6 minutes, go to 2 other zones, come back and check. Not sure if the 2 zones have to be in Yesha or not. I could keep them to Yesha and then just hope that the second one doesn't proc it and that I get it on the cathedral. Wait, if I go to another Yesha map and don't get it, then doesn't that trigger the 6-minute cooldown? Yeah, I'm gonna try 2 non-Yesha maps, but I can't do that unless I'm in story. Because in adventure, the only non-Yesha map you have access to is Ward 13.
I've never seen anything like this before.
That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. I'd assume the second zone can be the zone you want. That would make the most sense, because then otherwise it would be like I mentioned with adventure mode, it's just not happening. Remnant, are you okay? Please run at more than 10 FPS. I guess if you're an optimist, it's a compliment to the game that the only things that make me want to stop playing it are bugs and performance. Like when it's firing on all cylinders, you live for this fucking game. Okay, ours as well. Gotta get Blood Moon. Yeah, CZ posted some theories based on how some things work internally. That I think is good actionable information. Combat. Okay. Hopefully Tremor can hit this thing. It can't. Hooray! It's not like I can dodge anyway with 5 fucking frames. Gunfire, can you, like, give me my frames back? This didn't happen to me at all before this week. Now it's happening every session. Like, how am I ever gonna dodge that when I drop frames instantly? FPS dips have me reboot the game every hour or two. My game has been open for like 1 hour. Literally one singular hour. Why is it like this? I'm not tested. Does Firestorm hit you? Like, it's even in the menus. Good thing this isn't a game where I need to be able to react to important things and... Yeah. Yay! Ugh. Minimum settings. Okay, let's uncap my FPS. See what that does. Actually better. Not fixed, but better. Okay, yeah, see. Not fixed. Background programs. OBS. Lovely. I still don't quite know how that attack works. Sometimes it has 1 hitbox, sometimes it has 2, sometimes it has 3. Oh, my pipe bomb still got consumed, it just didn't do anything. Like, I guess I have to neutral dodge that, because if I dodge forward, then the second hitbox hits me. Solemnly swear to entertain through FPS drops, no matter how annoying they may be. Do my best. Quag game. Lovely start. guess I just don't forward dodge. Buggy this game is, best game I've played in a good while. Yeah, like, as many problems as this game has, and as much as it's annoying me today, I fucking love this game. The game did not like me throwing that pipe on. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess you just neutral dodge that. Hit the button, but alright. It's fine. The neutral dodge theory seems to hold up for the spin attack, so I don't mind going back and confirming that. I'm also dying from attacks that I would otherwise live because I don't have the HP since I'm running a speed concoction. It is my own fault. That was interesting. That was Big Bang spam. Like, I was trying to shoot my regular fire mode, but I kept rejetting Big Bang charges during the animation. Does he need to do this on Apoc? No. I just want to play on Apoc. I enjoy playing Apoc. I enjoy having to bring the correct solution to the correct boss in most cases. Just a satisfaction thing. Puddles don't disappear right away. Today I learned. Yeah, not too bad. See, when it clicks, it clicks.
That's it, huh?
That's why I like Apoc. Because it works when I do what I'm supposed to do. It's that simple. If I don't do what I'm supposed to do, then unless it's, you know, very agreeable circumstances otherwise, it just doesn't happen. I suppose years of Borderlands have conditioned me to thirst for games that tell me no, because that franchise doesn't. Do I have kinship? Yeah. Took a minute for me to have frames to be able to see what was happening to the enemies. Who needs their games to function in 2023, am I right? That's a funny animation overlap.
Whoa.
There be a
That's
side
it?
dungeon over there?
To me, friend Baksutek. I am here.
Need to go back to picking up iron again. I was kind of slacking on it for a little while, but after that upgrading spree, low on that again. Still doing well in Simulacrum though. Playing on Apoc really helps that. I could maybe sell Blood Moon Essence for some scrap. Because it has no other use. I'm not gonna buy the lifesteal consumable because I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I even have less stuff open than I normally do.
Okay, this is it.
Performance is this. Very annoying. Only started happening to me in the last few days. Only since I did driver updates the last two sets of NVIDIA drivers, and now my game does this. I don't know, could be a coincidence. Maybe Baldur's Gate 3 made my CPU unable to handle this game. I don't know. Could be anything. But it is annoying. I hit the... Okay. Cool. Cool. Thing's fine. It's fine. Fuck you, dude.
This ain't looking good.
It's a good thing I'm playing solo. Because, for whatever reason, whenever... Yeah, okay. Whenever a co-op host gets stutter, it causes lag for everyone else. So could you imagine me hosting with the game running like this? on top of my normal ISP problems. I think it'd be pretty funny, to be honest. Okay, yeah, that's a funny thing you could do. Activate Explorer skill and then Mantle during the animation, and it looks really funny because your upper body stays perfectly upright, but your lower body will do the normal thing. So it Traveler definitely does yoga. Gotta be flexible to be able to do that. Verbs to snipe me this time. We're good. We're chilling. Yeah, basically just a couple hours of this. Going for a cathedral, hoping it doesn't bug this time. Because I specifically want to build around the ring that I need there. It's not a replaceable effect either. It's something very specific. Because there's a bunch of different effects that you can trigger by dodges in this game. And I want to see how some of them feel with Ring of Omens. Which makes it so instead of stamina, I give up some health to dodge. And also when combined with specific other amulets, 6 of them, you turn into mist instead of dodge rolling. I kind of thought I had another Archon skill on, so I popped it there, and then I stayed there because I was trying to take advantage of the bubble, but shouldn't have. Okay. Okay. Go for a punch, drop to 5 FPS. Guess what happened to me during that animation? Game's going great today. Yeah, I'm very glad I'm not playing hardcore right now. I like memeing Shrewd like that. Like, I don't need to actually be able to move. It's all, dodge timing. Melee resist is kind of annoying here, especially paired with Hardy, but you take what you're dealt sometimes. Not now. Yeah, maybe after I reset this Geisha, I'll reset my game, and maybe a clean boot will fix it, despite the fact that I'm having this issue on a fresh boot of the game. Okay, so this is a blood moon, right?
Okay, this is it.
Maybe not, actually. Still open the one way. You have no reason to do the root nexus. Don't need XP, and it's just a little bit of scrap. But keep it schmoving. Where I'm supposed to go. I don't want to go there. Heavy detonation trigger is so nice because then I can actually just click Starshot's main fire once at a roly-poly and it'll die from the dot. Oh, there's birds there. Okay. Lovely. I had frames, I could have maybe dodged them. But, that's okay. Okay. Perfectly alright. That animation lockout bug is very annoying. Any of the mods that have like a physical recoil, like where you stagger back during or after them, they lock you out of your skills during and after. I don't like it. It's called unhelpful. Okay, so if this isn't Cathedral, we reset. There is end. Reset. I suppose I could use the world checker. Speed this up. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Check cast first.
God damn it, before we feels like yeah, hell, maybe
There's a bunch of items that I could still get from her. Just haven't populated yet.
Don't be a stranger, okay?
Reroll. Now I'm gonna check my world, see if Cathedral's in here. Be able to see that. Nope. Not this one either. appears to be a no again. Just to be sure. Really, I'm not this unlucky, right? I think I'm this unlucky. Really? So I'm reading this incorrectly. Hey, Bone Crusher. What am I doing? Annoyed. I got the cathedral bug, so we need to get cathedral again. But other than that, you know, could be worse. I did look at your post. Cool to see, people being enthusiastic about it. What's that bug? So you know how there's in the Blood Moon room in the cathedral, if you have a Blood Moon, there's a pressure plate that's supposed to open up and give you access to a ring? Well, sometimes it doesn't recognize that you have a Blood Moon. And you have to reset and get the place again. So I spent an hour today and like 2 hours yesterday resetting to get a Blood Moon in Cathedral. Finally got it. Got the bug. So now I have to go through the process of getting the Cathedral again. And then resetting for Blood Moon again. And then hoping I don't get the bug.
Anything like this before.
Again. Also, my world checker thing doesn't seem to actually be updating. Check it. Oh. Okay, yeah, I guess I just need to force a load before I check again. This one should have Cathedral. I see it in the checker. It says Cathedral of Omens. Side dungeons are Imperial Gardens and Dara's End, Cathedral of Omens. Twisted Chantry? At least it's fast. Lance players would say it, doesn't that just mean it's more special when you get it? They totally would say that, Ember. You're not incorrect. Both got surprising amount of attention and feedback on the build. I hadn't thought of doing Meridian stuff. I like that. I'm gonna have to try it. You actually inspired me to upgrade Meridian today, so I haven't used this in combat yet, but I got it to +10 because of you. I'll have to try that. It's just I'm a Starshot addict because Big Bang is broken. But I'll get around to it eventually. Who wants frames anyway? Makes me happy and give you something back. That's one of the things I like about theory crafting communities. People have different ideas, they share the ideas, everyone gets something out of it. It's collaborative, cooperative. I like it. Good vibes. It's funny that so many fandoms just kind of have this perception of theory crafters as like these elitist weirdos who think they do everything better than the casual players, but like, no, we just like bouncing ideas off each other and trying weird shit. Trying weird shit sounds elitist to me. Understood. Leave me alone. Figured since I ran out of pythons anyway, I'll put a ghoul serum there so I can just sprint longer.
Music? That can't be. Oh, Baxter, we must speak again.
It's one side dungeon before through and then two after, right?
I'm glad that's over. Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Really? Okay. Frames? Not the ladder. Why are you using the ladder? Should really loot the elites for the potential corrupt Illuminite explorer, but no. Please don't be Ellie resist. Just have, like, vicious hardy. Brain hardy. Best case, actually. Not sure how I pulled off that dodge. We take those. It's free. It's the streamer the game thing that freaks out whenever you launch a small fusion reactor enemies. It's the game. It is not the stream. Next time it happens, Darth, I'll like wave my hand so you can see I'm still moving on the cam. It's the game. Okay, so one of the two side dungeons here is the cathedral. Of course we got a blood moon out here. Like, fucking of course we did. Why wouldn't we? I think the game is punishing me for using Firestorm. Didn't know those birds were there, because I didn't have frame. Hey, more poop. One good thing about all this Yeisha resetting is my poop stonks are going up. I can get 3 poop per reset. I said poop per reset, almost sounds like poopery. Like potpourri, but poopery is a actual product. Very funny one. A different sense? I think so. Not sponsored. I just think the name is funny. Fan of poopery. Do you use it? Thanks, birds. Very cool. So, like, Yeisha is easy except for the fucking roly-polies. And the birds. They're the least run past the bull enemies. There's so many of them. It'd be fine if I was trying to kill them. World boss by joining other people's games? I mean, yeah. Just kill world bosses. You could do it adventure, you could do it in story, you could do it in whichever in other people's games. Just kill world bosses.
Uh-oh. This ain't good.
As far as I know, it's not picky. I escaped the suck. Understandable. Wanted me dead that badly. I get it. Ran in a circle. Blame the fear. I don't need this Blood Moon Essence, but I plan on selling it, though. Stop it. No. Stop. Do it. So it's either this one or the other side dungeon. I don't know if these two are visually distinct, like, outside of the instance. I would guess that this one is in Terra's End, but let's see if I'm right. Oh, this one's Expanding Glade. Okay. So I want the entrance that looks like it's going down into the place. So let me actually look, see if I missed a side dungeon in the first leg. Is this at 2 and 2? See, I had Imperial Gardens, which I didn't check out. That's Brew Area. part of that map. This is a through area as well. It's the other side dungeon here, if it's here. Can't get there until I do the main. Okay.
This place is something else.
I get turned around so easily. Take my frames now, game. Or at all, ideally, but especially not when fighting one of those.
Yeah.
Ooh, mythic ranged crit damage. We take those. I guess another upside of this is I might make significant progress with my relic shards. Given how many chests I've been clicking. Me being on Explorer. Surely this is Cathedral. Surely. Surely Temple. Ah? Ah? Get it? Because it's a cathedral and Shirley and I'm losing my fucking mind. Okay, no, this isn't it. Call me Shirley. Okay, did I misread this? Let me look at the world checker again. Call me, maybe. This Cathedral of Omens is active here. Just gotta find where the entrance is. Yeah, I had Shrewd. Expanding Glade has the bandit duo. I could go kill them. Yeah, okay, I just gotta find it. It's gotta be on the other side of the one way. Like over there. Yeah, that's main. Yeah, gotta be through here. So this should be... Anyway. No, I already had that. The other one. No, it should be expanding wood. I don't remember. This shit's frying my brain. I hate farming. Widow's Court. What? Yeah. Of course this is Widow's Court. That's fixed. It's, Corruptor. This is always gonna be Widow's Court. I don't need to stop for the key or the simulacrum or anything. Box. Just simply schmooze. I think I saw the simulacrum briefly. I don't care. Well, the Night Weaver stays dead till you approach her for the first time, killed her, got up to be made breakfast, went back to college, started a family, she's still lying on the ground. It's really nice quality of life, because, you know when she does that, you can wait out your cheat death and stuff. But on future attempts, you don't get it again. There's gotta be a side dungeon I missed the location of. This says Shrewd. It says Shrewd and Bandit. Clear this for fun and profit. Yeah, with Explorer skill and Dual Needle, you don't consume any SAM. Quite nice, actually. Yeah, that was it. Okay, cool. I can at least recognize that tile now. Vicious thick skin. I'm just not right now. You gotta do me like that. Oh, can I not get the loot from Shrewd if I kill him up there? That's cool.
That's right.
That's awesome.
You scrapped with the wrong guy. Woo.
Good to know. Okay, so yeah, going through Expanding Glade should give me access to the last side dungeon. Should. that should be it over there. And this is definitely cathedral. Like the indoor ones like this. Recollection, the buildings always looked like that. Okay. You can identify a lot of the dungeons by their outward appearance. This is the one that it's hard to check. Blood Moon, because I don't have the hole in the ceiling. I need to run here. Alright, so since I had a Blood Moon already, I need to move my system clock forward an hour, go to the ward, come back. And I'll start using the door. So once again, the relevant numbers that we're trying to work around here, if you get a Blood Moon on the Asia map, it puts 20-minute timer and 1 hour cooldown on further Blood Moons, and unsuccessful Blood Moons will increase your odds and go on a 6-minute cooldown before it checks again. That's what we're working with. While I'm here, I'll check casts at 7 FPS in Ward 13.
God damn, it is. They before feels like anything can. Yeah, hell, maybe I would, but so. Stop by anytime.
Shit's just not updating. Yeah, fortunately here I have to run forward, most likely. Now we leave. I guess something that, like, if they're not going to make this process easier for the Blood Moon or make it more straightforward, I at least would like them to make this tile, this second starting tile for the cathedral. I'd like them to make that have a hole in the ceiling so we can at least see the moon directly as well. And I'm pretty sure I just had a Blood Moon on that map when I didn't before. Meaning now I need to advance 20 minutes. Then go to the ward, advance an hour, then come back. I'll just go an hour. Go to the ward. Once I load in, I'll move it another hour. Imagine doing this on console. red. I'll try this. Like, the blood moon should be over in this map. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. That doesn't seem blood moonish. Okay, so ward. Move forward 6 minutes. Just me to stam drop faster in Farron's Arena. I've never thought to look at that. I suppose it's possible. Enacting for the Apoc concentration. No, nothing to apologize about. Nothing to be sorry about. I'm back to normal here. That'll count. Shouldn't, but let's see. Figuring out how this works is gonna help other people do this quite a bit. That's a blood moon. I think there's an audio cue when you enter an area and there's a blood moon. Like, did anyone hear that noise? Let's see if there's any wisps. I swear there was a sound. I don't see any wisps, but I swear I heard something. So, if I'm correct, and that was a blood moon, then this can't be this reset. Okay. Go somewhere else. Move time forward 1 hour. I'll move it forward an hour and a half, I guess. Well, we'll see 2 hours. Go back in, and this shouldn't be it, because there's also the 2 map thing. So it should be either the one after this or the one following would be the highest chances. So yeah, that's not red. Back to the ward. Just to be safe, I'm going to advance my clock by 6 minutes. And go back. Now, if I'm playing around these timers correctly, should be a 5% chance that I have a blood moon here. And if I don't, then the next one should have a 10% chance. That's not red, right? That's copium. Yeah, that's definitely not red. Bump another 6 minutes. I'll do 7 actually, just to be safe. Surely this will be the blood moon, right? Surely? I didn't hear a sound. Holy stomach growl. Well, I guess I heard a sound now, just not one in the game. Going on this one, and put my clock back to normal. I wonder if I have to actually hit another Yeisha map in this cycle, rather than just using the same singular Yeisha map. Yeah, so CZ suspects that you do. So I guess what I'll do here... So I'll use the crystal. I'll go to... Red Throne. It's a tiny map. Go to Red Throne. cry if there's a blood moon here. But once I'm here, advance my time 6 minutes, go back to Cathedral, just bounce between these two maps. If I get a blood moon on Red Throne, I have to advance an hour. Doesn't look like a blood moon. It always looks like this, right? Okay. Gonna be so sick once I actually get this ring. Like, it's gonna be so worth it. Trust. Trust. Watch I get the bug again. Never playing Geisha again. Listen, stomach, I know you're hungry for the ring. I am too. Trust. So while we're here, anyone here playing Baldur's Gate 3? Talked about it a bit earlier in the stream, but I'm really enjoying that game. It's pretty good. Very complicated in terms of what it lets you have mechanical access to. I don't know who Quack is. Fair enough. Thought about trying it. It's daunting. It took probably double-digit hours before I didn't feel overwhelmed by the number of options. But so far I'm really enjoying the amount of player choice it gives. I'm definitely doing certain aspects of it not quite as intended, because see, you do dice rolls for, you know, skill checks, for certain conversation things, but because it's a video game, you can save scum it. So sometimes if there's something I really want to play out a certain way, I just reload my save. But in my defense, there have been streaks of time where I kept rolling ones. I have proficiency in intimidation and guidance and all of this, so like I can roll like a 6 and still pass. Then I just roll like a 1 or a 2. Love to see it getting widespread praise, though I'm not sure if it's for me, which is weird since I love Dragon Age so much. What about it has you uncertain, if you don't mind me asking, Jaybridge? not dumbed down enough. Not sure if that makes sense. It does. It does. It's there's a lot to keep track of. It's kind of why so like the first character I made a barbarian because I just wanted to rage and bonk things. But I was like, hang on, I need something even simpler so I can learn the other stuff. So I rolled a second character as a warlock. So I just click Eldritch Blast. It's like, when I don't know what to do, I simply Eldritch Blast. Play proper D&D, which is the comparison point I hear the most. It's as close as I think you can get to a tabletop as a video game. It's got that level of just, you can do a lot. Oh, I'm gonna try the door. Please don't be a blood moon out here. It'll completely just throw a wrench in what I was operating on. I think it is. No. Right? I mean, I can't really see the sky in this map. It's not. Right? Stop it. Yeah, I don't see any wisps. I think this is non-blood moon. Okay. What that means do that. Now I go to Cathedral. If it's not it on this one, then I think I walk out and back in. Nice steroid syringe collection. Thank you. Do you want to share some of the needles with me? It's always heartwarming to see a single player game with moderate hype exceeding expectations. There's too many overhype, underdeliver stories. Round 2's in the group too. Yeah, like as rocky as 2023 releases as a whole have been, there's been some very good single player success stories. Please no. Not the one and only Adrenaline from game 1. Adrenaline the GOAT. I saw the red particles in the air and I'm like, Is that Blood Moon? I've taken upon myself to check. I'm losing my mind, Brad. I got the cathedral bug like an hour ago. I have cathedral in this adventure. It's just trying to get the actual Blood Moon again. Not spawned at all yesterday. I didn't get the Blood Moon at all yesterday, but I got it today, and the pressure plate didn't work. So that's the cathedral over there. I just need to get the Blood Moon. Making that happen has proven taxing? Call it taxing. CZ has some information on how it might be working for like cooldowns and checks and stuff. But it's all stuff that needs to be confirmed, and because it's a chance-based event, it's hard to confirm that. Blood Moon hunting. Please kill me, Pupty. Just like release me from this. Let me be free. I don't want a Blood Moon hunt anymore. I just want to go back to being a little guy. Just want to be a nerdy little guy. Instead, I'm this lunatic. Get it? Lunatic? Because I'm looking for the moon, and it's insane. Get it? I'm so fucking clever. Top tier comedy. Maximum effort punchlines. The most high energy content. Or at least see what happens if the Blood Moon would have appeared the next time you left and entered. Hate you. Remnant was supposed to be an escape from Borderlands farming. Instead, we're just here. We're simply here. Farm seems more impossible. Responds, yay. It's multi-layered. You need to get a Yeisha adventure that has the cathedral, then you need to get the Blood Moon, and then you need to get not the bug. Running for mod gen. Malevolence follower. Malevolence will probably get changed because it's weird, But honestly, after that happens, you just you most likely switch in Faerun and just hope you crit. So like, can you solve the puzzle? Can you solve Blood Moon and leave it open and then reset the instant until there's a Blood Moon?
That's odd.
Like, is that an option? Has anyone done it that way? Because then I don't give a fuck. I'll just, like, run in and check. Like, reprocessed heart and dense silicon ring. Silicon ring sounds familiar. That's something I've used. Oh, yeah. I used this when I was playing Medic on the first playthrough, and I really enjoyed that. And I ran Ruined Heart with that. But reprocess makes sense. Because then you're getting the successful healing to get the mod gen. Should work. I didn't do that way, but I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. Well, here's the thing. Bugs. Like, this shouldn't help. This should not be it. I'll look at my clock and just let it run organically. Not certain how to avoid the bug. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So if that isn't a blood moon outside, it should be another 5 minutes or I can get it. But seemingly the timer is for checking, not for it being it. In conclusion, I'm in hell. I want this ring to build around, man. It's gotta be like this. Apparently no mutators work on the red Dosta. I'm just scrolling the subreddit and seeing what bugs people are posting about. Concerning ones. Maybe another 2 minutes before it's possible to spawn. Video Jame. How you doing, Snow? I guess I'll try the approach of... Does that look red to anybody? No, that's just opium, right? It should be, like, noticeably red. Ghost Bloodmoon farming, still no luck. Dying, literally killing me. Still no luck. I work right now, it's super slow day, like 2 groups that have been through the building the past hour have been here. Yeah, sometimes slow days relaxing. Seems that even with a ton of gray health regen, with regen necklace, flowing life, barely gives any mod gen. Oh, that's unfortunate. You need to take damage and then have gray health conversion that way to get the good mod gen? Like, that just doesn't seem practical on high difficulties. Especially compared to other options, and you could just heal for mod gen, right? Man, this is a salty subreddit. Also, the sky is blue. My playthrough, where I started to miss Burden of the Reckless, and just a bit of a crutch. What's Reckless do again? I forgore. Oh, that right. There's lots of ways of getting passive healing in this game. It's easier to do non-heart healing in Remnant 2 than it was in Remnant 1. So yeah, there's plenty of ways to get back that sort of method of healing. Oh, are there recurring items? It might be. I don't remember. There's a lot of rings in this game. Like, you're looking at this. And I don't have all of them. So, remember. Even if the item itself didn't return, the effect might be present somewhere else. Don't know. I could search the spreadsheet, but... Too much pain. Psychic damage. on mobile right now, but I do remember seeing your ring screen just being like, holy shit, there's so many. Yeah, there's a lot. A lot, a lot. Yeah, I did the same stuff. This one, there you go. So what if we just got the blood moon? Like, what if we just got it? Anyone have any opinions on that hypothetical? I think that could be a pretty cool alternate timeline. Hi, Viper. So I've gotten. Oh no, we did. But we got the bug, the infamous bug where you fulfill all the conditions, you get the blood moon, you get the cathedral, you solve the puzzle during the blood moon, you walk in the room, stand on the pressure plate, and then it doesn't fucking work. So I've had to reset to get the cathedral again. And now we're trying to get a blood moon again. And we've been trying to get it based off of the info CZ posted. Hasn't worked thus far, so I've gone back to the organic change zones until it works. And we'll just kind of see what happens. I'm over it. I'm not over it. I'm absolutely livid about that bug. But there's only so much you can do. No point being a gamer about it. You have to get a hit to trigger a necklace of flowing life. It can be very tanky. It'd be okay, but yeah. In purgatory, I'm also in purgatory doing this fight for ages. I've tried 2 hours less than I get to try again. That elite type is annoying. Changing your PC clock forward per attempt? Yep. I sure am, Gar. It's a percent chance to spawn per 30 minutes. So the numbers we've got is that here, let me read off the post. Blood moon duration is 20 minutes. Successful blood moon puts it on a 1-hour cooldown after that 20 minutes. Unsuccessful blood moon attempt puts a 6-minute cooldown and increases your chances to 10%. There's also, you have to change maps twice after a successful blood moon to be able to see it, a new one, again. It's the high noon set. Armor barely matters in this game. If you're not going full heavy armor, you can do fashion. The only thing that really affects meaningfully is your evades. But what I'm going to try now is I'm going to load 2 zones. We're going to go ward. And then I'll go Twisted Chantry. And once we load in there, I'll bump my clock forward an hour. It matters checking your roll threshold. Right. So I'm at 50, which is the highest you can be at while still in medium roll. That's just to get the maximum armor value I can while still having the normal dodge. If I put on 1 more weight, I'd be in fat roll. Generally speaking, for optimizing defenses versus mobility, you want to be as high weight as possible within your weight bracket. Like if you wanted to be in light roll, you want to be as high as you can be in this bracket while still keeping the number blue. Once you get to red, it just kind of doesn't matter. You're in the worst bracket anyway, so you can just wear as much weight as you want. So we changed 2 zones, move the clock forward, going back to the cathedral to check. Doesn't look red to me. That was my nickname in high school. How you doing, Jamlot? Should be like noticeably red if it was Blood Moon. So what I'll do now is back to Twisted Chantry. Then I'll advance my clock 6 minutes. And go to the ward. Then go to Cathedral. Why they didn't just design the Blood Moon to be active on all of Yeisha, I don't know. Like, it could have just been the, the whole the whole place to kind of avoid this problem. Okay. Also, not having the pressure plate and the cathedral bug out when you step on it in a blood moon and then just not work. That would have helped too. If there's anything in regard to adjusting this. Not to my knowledge. They are looking at other stuff. And community isn't really bringing up stuff like Blood Moon because they're too busy complaining about other things. Difficulty rewards are buggy right now, so there's complaints about that. And then people who were bad at video games and decide to take that out on everyone else are mad about DR changing. So devs seem to be focusing on that as well. How many items require this Blood Moon stuff? There's 2 items that you cannot obtain without having an active Blood Moon. And there's like another 5 or 6 that are obtained using a resource you can farm in any map that has enemies in the open Blood Moon. So basically the craftable ones are not too bad to get. It's just get a Blood Moon on a big map and then kill the wisps. So, like, those are fine. But there are 2 items that are behind hidden trapdoors that only open during a Blood Moon. And this one in particular sometimes doesn't even open when you fulfill the conditions. This is the last thing I'll need to worry about Blood Moons for. Like, I have the other one. It needs to become more difficult? No. How's the RNG today? Well, got the bug once, Pris, so I've had to go get Cathedral again, and I've been resetting for an hour and a half since then. Hey, Kosu, how you doing? Let me know if I butchered your name. Welcome in. Got it? Cool. Hope you're having a good one today. Spoke up, so that's undecided. Relatable. Farming is amazing. Stop it. Or is it malfunctioning? Someone bonk. your Archon have come out some kind of super specific build going. I'm doing a sort of just a easy to handle mod build for quickly blasting through Yesha to get to Cathedral. Wait, this is Blood Moon. That's red. Fucking finally. Okay, we're in business. Trying to beat Annihilation with Havoc form. Ooh, that sounds like the hitboxes would not be very cooperative. I haven't even tried Havoc form on Annihilation at all. Like, I looked at the boss once, was like, no, and switched off of Archon. Okay, so let me pull up the solution again. This way. But yeah, in terms of what I'm actively using setup-wise here, must be this one. I'm a really big fan of Starshot and Big Bang. Big Bang as a mod is broken, and I do highly recommend it. It's cool stuff. And then in the other slot, I just have either Firestorm or Tremor, depending on what boss I'm fighting. Bosses that neither work on get sort of complicated, but is what it is. I haven't tried it. I've been using Helix Skewer. Yeah, so Big Bang, just that. The effective hitbox of that is like this entire circular bit. It's quite large, and it's got no range limitations. It's pinpoint accurate, and you can weak spot with it. It's a fast projectile. It's very reliable. Applies a burn, which is good for mod gen and damage. Very well rounded. It is in the boat with like using Inferno and Wildfire, where if you don't have kinship, it will just kind of kill you very easily. But provided you have kinship, then it's just fine. Did it work this time? If it didn't work this time, I'm just not going for this item ever again. I just never get to use it. It worked this time. We're free. We're finally free. Ugh. That was so aggressively unfun. I don't want to even look at Yesha anymore. Ugh. Okay, so now that I have this. Ring of Omens. So, evades cost health instead of stamina. I'm not in combat right now, so it's not going to cost anything. But when you combine that with one of 6 different amulets, let me just go with one that I know works. Red Nose Sigil, for example. Your roll gets replaced with this. Red Nose Sigil, Moon Amulet, Ravager's Mark, don't know the other 3. I know one of them. It's... the one Rat was talking about earlier. Necklace of Flowing Life. This one. Amulet of the Sun. It's basically the ones that have in their names... where's the book? The symbols here. It's those. I don't know where the fucking book is. My brain's fried. But yeah, wherever the book in here is, has the symbols and yeah, it's those 6. So, Ravager, Doe, Life, Sun, Moon, Death. In terms of actually getting value out of this. So the idea is I wanted to do melee with the Misty Dodge. Ravager makes a lot of sense. This one should work, Moon. The dodge again? One moment. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be Ravager. Unless I go with the gray health thing and try to build into gray health. Just, I don't feel like... yeah, with Knuckles of Flowing Life. So increasing gray health conversion, does that make it so when you get hit, you gain... it's instead... like, let's say you had 100% more, instead of a 1-to-1 conversion, you take half the damage, but it goes as gray health? Here's the dodge again, Snow. I put on Letos. The idea is I'm gonna use Bright Steel. Let's see if that changes. Yeah, okay. Speed's different. It's rolling the game on its own. Disagree. The reason why it's not the best roll in the game is because there's nothing stopping you from doing Bright Steel to get fast roll and keeping your amulet slot free. So in a world where you didn't need to commit 2 item slots to it, maybe. let's get in the melee spec. Best is in the most useful. Roll itself is better than light rolling. Define better. Like, if better isn't most useful, what's the metric here? Do I normally run here? Oh yeah, healing shots. Harmonizer doesn't really make sense there. I guess feedback? No, I would do harmonizer here and then feedback here. Yeah. No. Yeah, it takes 2 item slots to get, but if you were to ignore that part and pairing its light rolling stuff is better. If you were to create a situation that doesn't exist, lots of things would be true, for sure. Better recovery frames, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see the appeal. Hardcore metal band makes me think here. So like if I was doing non-challenger melee, hardcore metal band would give me that bulwark that I'd be losing from not being challenger. So I'd only really be losing the stagger level from Juggernaut. Which, with permanent confidence booster uptime, I get that one back. It's just I don't have the net +1 of having both of them. Let's fix my traits first before I go back to gear. A Bruiser Ring's also really good for bulwark melee. Fortify triage. Half regrowth. Vigor. Fitness. Bark skin. Might try max siphoner. No, that feels icky. Does feel really icky. Also, maybe I do need Bloodstream here. We'll see. We in peak science hours right now. Making a face. Good. How do you get it though? Yeah. What Everest said. You need to complete a certain number of biomes world bosses. I have the spreadsheet. I can check that for you real quick. Spreadsheet says 15. 15 total worlds on that character. Yeah, Kusu got it too. So yeah, this would mean I don't need Bright Steel. So instead, I go Bisected as usual. Okay. So I can ditch Follower. Devoured Loop is I think it's still a trap. It's like devouring loop was. You need a lot of instances of damage with like very stable crit chance. I feel like you could maybe do it with dots or like swarm, just something that has a shit ton. Maybe havoc form. Wait, having havoc form active to reset skill cooldown seems very counterintuitive. Like if you were doing a havoc form setup and then you had, say, swarm plus multiple dots ticking, then yeah, I could see you getting more than the occasional reset with that. Berserker's Crest is nice for the faster charge, but I don't need that. I don't need Dying Ember because I took Siphoner. So that frees up, I can go damage or tank here. I'm actually not sure about the stability of the tankiness with the current choices. But I kind of like the idea of getting some extra attack speed. I could increase my overall lifesteal by going Blood Jewels. Just this bleed's gonna be shit damage overall. Get bisected, tankiness isn't really an option. Not true. Bisected is just additive DR, so it's very easily offset. You can still be tanky enough to live hits from vicious bosses on Apoc while having bisected on. It's just an additive negative 25. Wonder if we do the feedback loop memes. Haymaker, maybe? I still gotta grab Haymaker. I keep forgetting. That's Root Earth, right? Increase the invul window. Actually, so because I'm gonna have gray health constantly, Ring of Omens. Medic makes some sense. Affirmative? Okay. Effect on Haymaker. Um, Melee damage for every point of encumbrance. 0.2. None. That's a lot of damage. That's pretty good. I would love a search bar, like an in-game search bar. Uh, just for the ring category. Maybe I go shield for stam spend because that'll just give me shield when I'm doing charge attacks. And then over Vampire Blade, we go +9 Shield Breaker. See how this plays out. Do I have... See how that works out. Medic shield skill. Medic seems attractive here. It's just the stagger level is important. So with Juggernaut, Stone Mist, and confidence booster spam, that lets you get uptime stability for melee, which is really nice to have on the tanky variety. Of course, the alternative is just get speed and don't get hit. And both are viable. And get fast, don't get hit, doesn't get hard countered by Skullcracker rolls. So there's that. But now that we finally got that, I can, stop looking at Yeisha. Boo, Yeisha. All my homies hate Yeisha. We're low-sum supporters here. Viper gets it.
Hey? Come back if you need anything.
So, Prime Alchemist, put on the correct traits now. For the correct consumables. We go Mudtooth's Tonic, we go Bark Extract, and 2 freebies, essentially. Verdant Tea would be good if I wasn't doing Bisected. I could do Lake Water because I'm doing Grey Health stuff. I don't like Dark Cider because the health from it is such low value, but I mean, every little bit. Xenoplasm would be good if it wasn't bugged. I guess we just do Dark Cider anyway. What do you think would happen if you drank the Undying King's mysterious juice? People would pirate that scene on the internet with their pants around their ankles for years to come. I said, oh. Do I want a melee? In? I could try. No, I actually don't want to. Give me Nightweaver. I prefer melee Nightweaver as long as she doesn't roll Spiteful Vicious again. Favorite part of Nightweaver is that Stonebreaker's projectile doesn't connect with her. It's so great. My favorite part of meleeing in this game is the fact that 8 out of 10 bosses were designed only with World's Edge in mind. It really makes me happy when I play melee. At least World's Edge isn't locked behind Apoc. Aww. Bro, so that's what I tried to melee my first run. It's really unfortunate how many bosses you just can't. You can mob pretty well with it on low sum and like parts of Yeisha, and not really very well at all on Narud. Yeah, all the flying bosses. If World's Edge was more accessible, it would still be annoying, but less of a problem. Like, World's Edge is behind Apoc. You could go Hero Sword, but it's heavily discount, has not even 1/3 the functionality of World's Edge, much less the damage. But then, like, that's also behind either Explorer Start or Nightmare. Limited access. That puts you in a position where you're going Krellax or Javelin, which are not very efficient. Forward step with the charge attack kills me on Hero Sword. I've not tried to use it in combat. Done vacuum testing and was unimpressed. I can't imagine how frustrating it is in actual gameplay. What a loading screen. Game, are you okay? That was a nice 8 FPS when I loaded in. I need to restart my game, aren't I? From all the resetting.
All right.
Yeah, this is unplayable.
Here they are! Get 'em!
Alright, hang on. Restarting game. There was a memory leak when you change zones. And I changed zones a lot today. Just gotta restart my game if Steam will recognize that the game's not running. Okay, the Misty Step is so cool that it was worth all of this effort. I think it was worth it. Oh yeah, Kusu, have you messed around with Knuckles? I'm a big fan of Knuckles. I think the end game of this Misty stuff is to put it into the Knuckles build. Haven't used them yet. Really fast attack speed. Good damage if you can fit unarmed into your loadout, because they get that scaling additionally. So you could put on the tarnished ring for just 30 unarmed damage without having to go to high encumbrance or anything. Or you could do meteorite shard for 50 plus getting the extra encumbrance. You could do like meteorite shard, haymaker for 2 your ring slots. And then omens and have a free one. Yeah, bright sealer omens. Hey, so how you doing? Good to see you. We did also get Sagittarius today, so I can mess around with that once I'm done with melee experimentation. That's cool. Remnant 2 does not like me today. This has just been how the game has run since I updated my graphics drivers a couple days ago. Lurking while you do Remnant things, I'm mostly playing solo. Got World 4 recently and slogged my way through that as I try different builds. Very nice. Very nice. The update more or less fixed the game's graphical issues for me. The update helped performance a lot for me, like the actual patch to the game, but me doing graphics driver updates, like Nvidia stuff, has caused the game to run substantially worse for me. Game needs a few optimization passes, for sure. The patch was a good start, but it definitely needs more, like you said, Ice King. Finally, fuck me, it took like 4 hours of my life, swapped Challenger for Death Save and got through it. Let's go, Viper, congrats. I'll have any excuse to do unarmed melee games. Fallout 4 character named Mr. Fister. Well, I don't imagine you need to explain who he's all about. Did he really like throwing grenades? Because, like, hand grenades? No? Had bad performance issues first few days. PS5 turned HDR off. It's been running fine since. I'd love to get out of this loading screen. That'd be so cool. He punch real good. I feel like your name doesn't indicate that very well. Read on the Xbox patch, they gave the option to turn off motion blur. Motion blur is the worst, and the first thing I turn off in the graphics settings of every single game I play is motion blur. Without fail. It's absolutely awful. I hate it. I can't stomach even a second of it. Did my game crash? Like, I'm not even getting the moving progress bar anymore. I guess it crashed because Task Manager doesn't even recognize it as being open. It's not even a running app right now. Remnant is having a day. Like, it's not even on my task. How do I get out of this? I guess I kill it from Steam. Okay, that worked. Drink was too strong. Surely we can play the game now. You ever have a game crash so hard it takes Steam with it? Yes. I've had a game crash so hard it took Steam with it, and then me trying to reboot Steam crashed my entire PC. I was streaming at the time too, so like that was great. Beat Swan to death with a baseball bat in order to claim the guaranteed legendary power fist. Yeah, yeah. That's a fun one. Fallout 4. Windows sound was beamed directly into my skull. Got really confused for a second. Apologies. You know that pig aberration in Los Angeles? Yeah. First time I thought he had lightning. I've been very lucky. I have not gotten lightning as a modifier very often at all. I think 3 total times in 200 hours. Oh, very lucky. What's the best XP farm? Got the trait ring concoction ready. Where do I go? I don't know what would be most optimal for just XP, but I can say if you're gonna farm, it's probably worth farming the aberration in the labyrinth, because then you also get resources that way. Upgrade your mutators, etc., etc. I imagine you get at least decent XP from that because it is an aberration. So it's stuck again. Whoa, what's happening? Break your save. Oh, no, it's moving now. It's moving now. How am I using 96% of my memory? Remnant, what are you doing? Why is Remnant using 9 times the memory that OBS is? Know what's wrong with it? It ain't got no gas in it? That's gotta be it. You're a genius, King Gambit. I'm gonna have to try that. Okay, we're playing the game now, so I'm just not gonna question.
Attack them!
End up playing the game now. Restart your old PC? Probably. Yes, we're gaming.
All together for the grand!
Gaming.
Stand together!
You get the thing? I did. Took a while, but I got the thing.
Stop 'em! We don't want you here.
Wish they made a wardrobe system so annoying change out rings. Yeah, it would be really nice to have some sort of loadout thing, because invariably I forget something anytime I change specs. That just said they're working on it. Sick. What traits are you using? Max Fortify, Max Vigor, Max Triage, Max Barkskin, Max Fitness, Max Siphoner, Remainder and Regrowth. I was thinking about moving some stuff to get Bloodstream, because I've never actually done Grey Health stuff before on Apoc, so I don't know how much I need. So, it's a learning experience. One thing about my current setup is I do not have much investment in damage, so it's just kind of live for a while and stagger lock things. It's definitely a playstyle supported by World's Edge, because for some silly reason they gave this thing 80% stagger, which is like they didn't need to give World's Edge everything, just like they didn't need to give Enigma everything, but they just did. It's what they did.
Smell.
It simply can do everything. Unstoppable. This is where I confidence boost here. The rat swarm, that's what's hitting me. Nope. Took a hit in the back. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need more active healing to offset what I'm losing from that gray health. I'm not used to that at all. Let's change traits. I could pop confidence booster sooner as well, and I forgot to pop rocket fuel. Maybe I do less vigor. Sounds weird, but hear me out. Let me cook. Fortify triage. Bark skin. Bloodstream. Siphoner. Scrap fitness for now. Try this. Use shield heart so I'd buffer. I'm getting shield from this and this, but I could stand to have more. Let me look at gray health rings. If there's anything substantial in this slot. I feel like a little more healing would be good. But maybe there's something gray health specific. At your 65, they increased the cap from 60 to 65 with the first patch. That silicon ring could be good here if I was leaning more into mods. Red font. I have no concept of how good 2 gray health regen a second is. I don't know if that's valuable or not. Not having a console. I don't believe console got the patch yet. You got Barguest, I believe. Yeah, it's not going to be difficult at all. Just managing the gray health. I basically died to my own gray health, lowering me in range of the ads. Also has patch. Does it have it now? Then yeah, you should be able to get to trade 65. % max health a second while shield's active. I should have pretty good uptime on that. We could start fisting. We could go unarmed with Knuckles. Actually, I'm curious. We're gonna start fisting. Try this. Where did I die? So Meteorite Shard Ring gives you 50% more unarmed damage. It also adds 50 weight, but because we're already at flop, adding more weight doesn't hurt us. rocket fuel. Autonomous. Relic here. We have confidence booster. We got this. On. Come on, hitboxes. Let me hit. Just let me hit. Let me hit. Oh, that's okay. I angle my camera so far down. It's simply funny. I wouldn't call it efficient, but it's funny. New brick archetype. More mod gen would let me keep full uptime on song, which would be very impactful. So I can just do this with song. Timing on the kick gets so fucked by Misty Step. Ugh. Rip. Hey Kayla, hate Ellie resist thick skin. Ah yeah, that makes the fight take a while for sure. I don't love this gray health stuff. Mo, you died and ad started? Nice. I'm confused. Is it gray health rate? No, it's triage that's affecting that. Okay, so I can make it take less with healing efficiency then. Maybe salvage chart here? I'm gonna go gray health rate. Healing efficiency, attack speed. Still see in here with the ads going. Okay, as long as you can still see in here. Let's go back to a sensible weapon choice. I just blazered into my own fire tornado. I swear the game knows how broken Firestorm is and just actively tries to punish you for it. The game has to know. Excess coil would be good with other class combos. Like, excess coil on Invader would be pretty sick. Killer Fire Tornado to boss. It follows the boss through an invisible barrier and kills you as it passes by. My tornadoes don't kill me because Handler. Great. You kind of need that. Otherwise, they one-tick you if you're Archon. Scrolling. Like, generating band seems decent. Favorite that, so it goes up there. Hardened coil could be good, but that's not going to prevent me from taking the big hits, which is what I'm more worried about. I could put on a flashlight and lodestone ring, but there's no real point to do that. Restriction cord is something they're buffing. They're increasing the DR on that. Kind of cool. Ring of the Damned is just more damage. Very health is present. Doesn't seem worth. Ring of the Robust seems valuable. The adult drama of the day? Yeah, what's happening, Mo? What's the tea? Phone company I used got bought by Verizon. Account got wiped this morning. Phone also got deactivated. Had to find a new phone company. Couldn't keep my number. Oh, that's the worst. There was no, like, they didn't send you any information on what to do with the transition, or was the one that got bought just small enough that Verizon was like, yeah, I don't care. That's so fucked. I'll try Ring of Grace. Constant healing. They said I had to call them. Can't call them if my phone's deactivated. True! Very good, but very single player only kind of build. Max Amplitude and Starshot and Firestorm of Felling Supernova. Yeah, you still max kinship on that so you don't blow yourself up. I say as a Big Bang Firestorm user. hit me? Actually, no, you don't need to hit me. Oh, that's much more palatable. I gotta change weapons back. Supposed to be on World's Edge. Although I haven't tried Spectral Blade. Still gotta max that. Flail is also funny. Bisected Ring Flail is,
Keep them away.
a lot of damage. Like when I have max amplitude, I didn't think Big Bang become 40-meter AoE. Particles really can vision. Amplitude Big Bang goes crazy. Amplitude as a whole, I think is like a little nutty. It's crazy on Supernova, crazy on Big Bang, it's crazy on Tremor.
Leave us alone, trespasser.
Toxic Release Valve as well.
Leave us alone, trespasser. Outsiders aren't welcome. Good day to die. Hey, trespasser.
Thought I'd try Uncapped Frames, oh dear.
Spill your blood out.
I switched to Uncapped today, and I haven't gone above 50 frames anyway, so... LOL.
Stand together. We will end them.
Pick myself there. It's hard to do... these attacks, the neutral dodge attack, off of the Misty. I guess that's the downside, among all the other downsides. Capped at 60. I normally play 60 caps. Wonder if my settings actually reset. Nope. I guess because of my monitor, it'll still go to 60 cap functionally. Now that I think about it. Anyway. But yeah, I'm never getting that high FPS in this game. I can Big Bang Firestorm Nightwalker. Can do it anywhere. Oh yeah, yeah. Nightweaver gets memed by a lot of the mod stuff. There's not that many bosses that you can't do it to. I've never tried to Firestorm Annihilation. Is that a thing you can do? I don't know if you'd want to, because ruining your visibility means you're just going off of the sound cues. But in fairness, there's a lot of points in that fight where you're just doing sound cues anyway.
This looks bad. Get the outsider!
No. What else did I want to upgrade today? Finish off Spectral Blade. Just try that out here.
Yeah. Kill him.
Does gray health you've recovered with regular healing, does that count for Silicon Ring? I suppose I should test that.
They're here.
In this build, I'm a little divided on it. Damage is kind of low, but this is like almost no damage investment, so sort of to be expected. This kind of thing where if I wanted to kill a boss quickly, I'd probably be debuffing it. The aid. Actually running out of VRM. So it's not just me having massive issues with performance in this game. Cool. Because of Remnant? Yeah. I need to lower graphics. I'm on min graphics. Keeps the game able to run. I don't really have expectations beyond that. Versus torso is a mouth. Yeah, have you seen the movie Teeth? Like, if that character was a Pokemon and evolved, they would evolve into that.
At least that's over.
This is just a bugged music boss, right? So what does this heart do again? Use speed. Okay. I want to put Ember on this because evade speed with the Misty Step sounds funny. Yeah. They teeth? Yes, yes I did. Skullcracker. pretty sure that this wasn't like this in the first patch. But at some point they made it so the crescendo in this just starts stacking. The music gets very, very crazy. Really loud. Yeah, it just stacks up. It's just the same thing layered over itself a bunch of times, and it's very loud. Cacophony is the word I'd use. Yeah, yeah. Got the kill with exactly 2,000 damage. That's satisfying.
I can't believe I killed that thing.
Talking to another streamer about this last night. I feel about the current state of reloads in some guns. For example, Repulsor having 4-second reload is painfully slow. Merciless not seeing much use because 3-second reload. The box mag 150 round LMG has a 1.5-second reload. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it personally. So the LMG has heat, which is an attempt at a balancing factor for it, and it's also painfully inaccurate without investment. I don't feel like the LMG is particularly overtuned compared to some of the other things. And Merciless has the really good mod while also having inbuilt bleed. Like, it would have no downsides if it didn't have a slow reload. Now, there are plenty of things in this game that don't have downsides at all, i.e. Enigma, i.e. World's Edge. But that doesn't mean that it's bad when something else does have a downside, as long as it's good in other areas. That's my take on it. I would like reload speeds to be looked at in the case of some guns, though. Like, Enigma's still too good, in all honesty. Nerf its reload speed. Make the worst thing about Enigma even worse. I'd say Repulsor could stand to have a better reload speed. Maybe better reload speed on Nebula as well. I think Nebula deserves a range increase on its primary fire. I don't think that's too unreasonable. Just weapon balance is something they clearly haven't gotten around to. They did, like, a necessary bump downwards to Nightfall and Enigma, and they're still absolutely top of their class items. The more subtle touch stuff is down the road, I feel. Nightfall's in a good spot, I think. Maybe a little high, but still in a good spot. Yeah, like, with Nightfall and Enigma, they brought them down from the best to the best. Like, it didn't meaningfully change their use at all. It just shrank the gap a tiny bit. And I'd rather they have a light touch than a heavy touch when it comes to things like that. Like, it's better to do slight changes that aren't enough, rather than massive sweeping changes that swing things too far in the other direction. Touch on it a little, see how it performs, see how the community reacts, and then throw out all feedback on the change that takes place in the first 48 hours. That is key, because if you go to the subreddit, first 48 hours after the change, it's nothing but Enigma dead, Nightfall dead. And it's like, you know that's not true. You just want to complain about the nerf. Ow. At least this gray health conversion can't kill me on its own, but ow. Can't kill elites in a single mag anymore, but you can. That's the crazy thing. You still can. That's just being funny, but yeah, you're right. Like, currently, Enigma is still benefiting from that issue where it's bypassing armor and it's not supposed to. Once they fix that, it'll take another damage hit. But guess what? It'll still be fully viable because mechanically it does things that other things can't. In terms of inbuilt multi-target guns that don't require use of their mod, like, how many do you even have? It's Twisted Arbalest and Enigma? I can't think of others. Meridian, I guess, if you have Amplitude. So just that alone gives them value. Savior? I haven't used that one yet, so... Bring Assault. You happily staring at the devs and damage for 5%, reload 5%. Community. Gunfire game's garbage, stop nerfing Nightfall is already bad. Like, they do say stupid, unhinged stuff like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's like some of those people are just playing a whole different game. Use Blackmaw over Nightfall. Blackmaw the LMG? I forget the names of some of those. Like, I don't call the sniper the Widowmaker, for example. Bone Saws. The LMG. I need to ingrain the names. Bulldog, I remember. Did I get simulacrum spawn down here? All people complain about nerfs in Diablo 4, right? Even within 5 hours posting so much, so devs had to create a live stream and commit some poo-poo in front of everyone. Well, here's the problem with that. Perception of balance and balance changes will be affected by available content in the game. Nerfing overperforming builds in Diablo 4 can still be the correct decision done at the wrong time, because there is nothing to do in Diablo 4. So, if instead of changing the fact that there's nothing to do in that game, they focus on moving player power down, people are gonna hate that. What makes a complainer right? When it's based on logic and not an emotional response. It's based on logic and it is in the interest of overall game health, rather than some sort of personal stake or feeling of being personally aggrieved. Like, for example, my vehement distaste for Enigma in the first week of the game got me the side-eye from some people. And, like, something being that powerful to the point of invalidating the entire secondary slot in some boss fights, I don't feel that that's healthy. Even though it is what I use to clear a lot of those things, and it's something I still regularly use, the selfish emotional response to it being nerfed would be like, no, I use this thing, this affects me, they must hate me. Whereas the, hey, this is about game health response is, okay, cool, that's been brought down, now let's see how other things are performing, let's see what else can fill this role when I really put my mind to it, and we'll see if anything needs to be adjusted from there. Now, we are in a situation where there's not really alternatives to Enigma still. You have Shocking? Is that why you're blue? Hey dog, how you doing? Also, moving player power down and the only builds available do higher content without replacing with anything. Wyatt Chang did a whole stream on it during D3's time, said people don't like waking up less powerful and able to do the same content they did before. But you're predicating that on the idea that you could only do one build to clear high content. That's not true. One, because there's no high content. Two, you can definitely do it with multiple builds on each character. It's not just one. That was true. That was true on day 2 of the game, where most players weren't above level 70. Really? When people were complaining about nerfs the most, and they hadn't gotten to that endgame content to know whether that was true or not. Remember, I said 48 hours. That feedback could still prove to be right after, say, a week, but 48 hours in? 48 hours in, nobody knows what they're talking about. How's performance? Not great, dog. I'm gonna be honest. Not great. Wait, I'm literally invisible. Cat? I was literally in my invisibility, and it got me. What? Hitboxes? Okay. So the iframes for that do not match the VFX. Is the takeaway here. That's so crazy. I should also be stoned burgering for this fight, but... What is the hitbox on that grab, dude? That's so crazy. Come on, do your thing. That was wild. That's not as dependable as I wanted it to be. It's my PC specs. I have a 1070 i7 7700K. And that's all that really matters for games like this. Your RAM died again. Had to restart PC. Ugh. Don't want to appeal through power creep, so I by all means nerf Enigma. Yeah, that's a thing that I suppose it's something you... How do I phrase this? The default view of player power in games is not to be pro game health. like, having been through a BL3 balance cycle, where devs specifically conform to community desire to almost never nerf anything, it caused problems that I don't want to see in any other game. 48 hours after the nerf, Sorcerer quitting the game. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Players quitting the game over nerfs is never a metric of whether it was a crippling change or not. In Wonderlands, players were quitting the game over a 2% damage nerf. 2%. I did the math. 2% for an average player. The more gear you had, the less of a change it actually was. But as soon as he stops spawning, I'll read the rest of the message. It's not the only indicator, but it's a symptom. Do you think it's a symptom of substance in a culture where people are going for those complaints before they even see what the changes are? They hear the word nerf and they decide their opinion on it before they see what it is? I don't think it's something to even factor into the conversation, but maybe I'm jaded. Genuinely, that's probably a spot of personal bias. They couldn't complete content they were doing the day before, coupled with overall survivability nerf of 75%, left the game unplayable for many. Hardcore players were really decimated. That's why devs had to do the stream and admitted they messed up. Sure, someone at the top called them, asked what the hell they were doing. Didn't take more than an hour for people to see it. So, survivability, I feel like that is something I'm more amenable to siding with, like, nerf complainers. When it comes to a game balanced the way Diablo 4 is, where everyone is fragile in general by design, so increasing the level of that fragility, I could see that definitely feeling bad. But in terms of nerfing damage for content clear, no. No. Because 48 hours in, nobody knows how to build. And that's not a get good like me, learn how to build type nobody knows how to build. That's like, no, literally nobody. Not even the people who are top theory crafters for the game. Nobody knows how to build for max level content in a looter on day 2. Nobody. Watch that mods create a Sorc right after the nerf patch. You just fine with it. Players that quit over nerfs don't know how to build. It's the same in any build crafting or looter based game. Happens every single time. Obviously, the ones I have the most personal familiarity with are Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, where people quit over things that were stated to be nerfs by the community, that were stated as changes by the devs in the hotfix notes, that were actually buffs. People quit over buffs because they thought they were nerfs. Like, that's never an actionable thing. In the newest QL change, Tragic tweeted out about getting archetypes easier on new characters. Is that what you're referring to, Lupo? Not everyone has all day to find another build. People work 9 to 5. Let's be real. I'm really glad. Brad, can't speak. I'm really glad you brought that up, actually, because that's one of my big problems with how Diablo 4 works. It is not friendly to, as you said, people who have the regular 9 to 5 who can't make money by playing video games. You know, they have to do other things. They might have families, they might have small children, they might have health concerns that stop them from long sessions. They might just not have interest in grinding that way like it is a job. I think you're absolutely right on that. but I think that's more problematic in a different area of the game. I don't think that's really super relevant to very minor game balance changes that get blown out of proportion. I think that's more with loot acquisition and things like that. That's where I really have a problem with D4 and how it does things.
How intriguing. It would seem this twisted
Something nerfed in Remnant started this convo. Nothing new nerfed in Remnant. We were discussing how 2 of the still currently top items in the game did receive nerfs in the first patch. Like, they're still top items. It just kind of snowballed into this conversation of nerfs in games and culture around gamers discussing nerfs online and how they react to them.
You are... No, you... Farewell.
Created Sork because he knew they were going to buff the Sork. Even he was disturbed by the nerfs assholes Blizzard doing. Again, that goes back to my original assertion where a change that could work out to be fine is perceived differently depending on how the rest of the game is doing health-wise. Like, when there's nothing to do in a build crafting based game and you're focused on reducing player power rather than dealing with QOL issues, rather than dealing with game stability, rather than dealing with content longevity, and rather than increasing the value of things that are objectively not performing even to a level of viability, if instead you're taking things too viable down and doing nothing else, people hate that shit. Sometimes rightfully so. Like, don't get me twisted. I do not like the argument that some people like to bring up where it's like, okay, if something's too good, bring everything to that level. No, never do that. That thing needs to come down. But things that are below sea level, so to speak, should be coming up to at least a baseline of viability at the same time. If you only do one, it feels bad. And something they definitely did do with that early D4 stuff is they focused on reining things in rather than addressing literally anything else about the game. Devin, what are you doing? Why are you meowing so much? Oh, hi, Huntress. Yes, cat. Hi. You know what needs to be nerfed? Your face. Bam, because it's too cute. No, you rapid fire. Ow. Stupid fucking bird. Usually don't need to find a whole new build, just make some tweaks. Yeah, like, almost never have I seen a build crafting based game where they entirely kill the concept of a build and delete its viability, unless that build was predicated on a bug. Almost never have I seen that. In fact, I can't cite a specific example of that actually happening. This will make hardcore characters way easier to clear, at least vet difficulty. Been holding off hardcore, might pick it up again. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in that giving you reasonable early game access to Invader, Archon, Engineer without having to pick one of them and give up on the others. It's definitely cool. Also, yeah, you get Summoner earlier, practically. It's always cool. Not arguing that, I'm saying that should be consideration. Devs don't do that. Now, so like, I don't think Diablo 4 is a good game, and I don't think the devs have their priorities straight either. But not for that reason. Like, it's weird. I'm definitely, from my own words, I'm getting the vibe that I'm just being contrary and disagreeing with you, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But they fucked up, just not then, or not in that way. Like, people complaining about that first round of nerfs saying it killed the builds are talking out of their ass, because that's just not how the math worked. Maybe made things annoying? Sure. Maybe were poorly timed? Absolutely. Could have been kicked down the road in favor of other things? 100%. But, like, my time as a theory crafter on the internet has shown me one thing above everything else, and that's your average person who seeks out a forum to complain about nerfs in any capacity about a game. Their credibility is instantly suspect, because the chances of them actually having done testing or math on the subject are near zero. And as with all forms of conversation on the internet, negativity has more reach. So it's an echo chamber of, yeah, it totally killed my build too, says Redditor number 37, who hasn't looked at their damage numbers in their entirety of their 10 hours with the game. Maybe that's gonna come across as elitist, and I certainly hope it doesn't. That's not my intention. But I've seen that enough times. Do by any chance know how many frames per second you get on average? Yeah, I run the Steam FPS counter, so I glance at it. Usually I'm averaging between 40 and 60 when I play this game. Some areas I get down to the 30s, but usually I'm in the 40s. Currently I'm hovering around 50. Catch her so we can fight her twice. Stoneberger to be massively more DPS here. Like, Hunter's AI is kind of terrible, so I do have the time to just... Stop interrupting. What were we talking about? Any loot you can only get from hardcore? Yeah. But they capped hardcore rewards at veterans so that people don't get too frustrated chasing them. Thoughtful. I like the idea of running Misfortune here. Don't really have the kit set up to the super duper benefit right now. I'll just go Weapon Lord. Maths for nerds, just want to one-shot every boss in the game and get bored with the week and quit anyway. Real. They killed Wonderlands by nerfing my rings, which I didn't have optimal ones anyway, and my overall damage went down by 2%, game dead. Still clinging to your builds on a looter shooter based RPG, you're playing it wrong. Devs always change things around, and live service styles, I'd be ready for that. While that's true, I'd also stress that the impact of those changes is almost never as much as it's stated by the detractors. Almost never. Like I said before, I can't think of an instance of a build actually being killed in a build crafting game that I've played in recent memory. Like, quality of life reduced? Sure. Overall performance reduced? Absolutely. Killing it entirely? No. Some people will just decide that a build has been killed for them if it's not as strong as it was. But, honestly, that's an L take. Been here 30 minutes, not gotten a level 2 in an archetype. You're getting like 200 per run. Yeah, that's not fantastic. Good resources. You could stop that whenever you're done with that, and then just go play organically. That's confirmed. Stone Malevolence is bugged. I haven't heard anything. Played Warframe. There are several builds killed by changes made to a frame. Several. I have not played Warframe, so I'll defer to your judgment on that. I believe it. Just nothing I've played has that been the case, with the exception of bug fixes. Bug fixes have killed builds, but that's because it wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. Yeah, Viper plays Warframe. Listen, calm down, Huntress. I'm popping my buffs. And now we can fight. Boost before off. That's no problem with me. Fightful makes you hurt. Rosa status will kind of kill. It's good damage high. Proxman killed because it can't full strip. Individual things been killed. Sure, can't take a whole builds. Ash build nerf Oblivion Chroma after Idol. Yeah, this is all going over my head. Not a Warframe player. Ash was a bug. The weird stone builds this tank in action after only playing Hunter Gunslinger, which is kind of glass cannon. Yeah, Hunter Gunslinger is definitely a focal point for a lot of the player base. Because it's extremely effective, and it kind of doesn't get shut down by any specific bosses the same way tankier things or melee do. But I've stayed away from it just because I tend not to love the super straightforward stuff. I like seeing the weirdest stuff I can use to clear. And proving points. Like, people say you can't tank on Apoc post DR changes, but, like, you can. Even while wearing gear that makes you take more damage. Just make good choices. Bug lasts for 5 years? That's completely irrelevant. Whether a bug's in the game for 5 years or 5 seconds, if it's a bug, man. Like, you can like it. There's definitely such things as beneficial bugs. There's definitely even cases of bugs where I'd say it's better that they exist in the game, but that doesn't make them not bugs. For example, Borderlands 3 has a bug where the timer put in place to stop red chests from going on a respawn period. Some saves just don't have that timer. I don't think the timer should be in the game in the first place, but it's still a bug that some saves don't have the timer. Call it what it is.
Greetings.
Ash released. You're missing the point where amount of time it was in the game doesn't mean there's not a bug. Like, I don't know the game specifically, so I can't comment on a micro level, but in concept, there are plenty of games that have long-standing bugs that get found years later. And if something was working one way because of a bug, and then that bug being fixed changed how it worked, then sure, it could be a detrimental bug fix, but that doesn't inherently make it not a bug fix because it was in the game for a while. Basically, in Warframe, some enemy types have armor. Armor reduces your damage to that enemy's health. Corrosive, you had high status chance, permanently stripped a portion of armor. And you keep shooting and strip armor all the way to 100. Then they made it so corrosive can't 100% full strip. Instead, make so another status. Just gave you more damage to an enemy's health bar per stack. Okay, that sounds like a balance change. Is that on topic with the bug fix thing? Because, like, what was it, Ash that was mentioned? Is this the same thing we're talking about? This ability that was nerfed, I can call his ability a bug. So, again, abilities are functions in game that can have their intended function or other things. I don't know personally, so I'm asking, but like, a bug on an ability doesn't become not a bug because it's an ability. Like, what is the stated intended function of the thing, and is it doing that? If yes, cool, not bugged. If it did one thing and said it did that thing and changed to another thing and it does that thing now, then maybe it was a balance change. I don't know. That's why I'm asking questions. I don't know that game. Like, for example, bringing it back to Remnant terms, currently Enigma is bypassing armor, and it's not supposed to. So when they fix that, Enigma will be weaker because they're removing an unintended effect of the item. That's a bug fix. That is not a nerf. It's a detrimental bug fix because they're fixing a beneficial bug, but that's still not a nerf. It's a bug fix. You know? I'm going to max Bullet Weaver. I'm late. Hey, Nunu, how you doing?
very pestilent.
Source of things different. That wasn't bugged, it was rework. Gotcha. Like the same idiotic train of thought caused Blizzard devs to get called out by Harvest Company and forced to do a stream. A weird take. Ice King. For 5 years, made several improvements to fourth ability, which considering was a bug. Who is considering that? It's like you're not answering questions either. I'm so confused. Like, you're not giving any specifics. Viper is asking you specifically what changed. What specifically was changed? And you're just not answering. Like, this is exactly the sort of stuff I mean when I talk about how people's perception of nerfs, they don't even know what was done, yet they hate it so viscerally. Like, I'm typing it? Okay, thank you. Love to know. Spamming an ultimate to clear out insta-kill antagonists enemies, but only because of a mod you can put on your dagger to make the finisher damage 500% stronger, considering the ability could kill any enemy just by slapping on a dagger with that mod. In Nerf, so you can't just insta-kill something. I have no frame of reference, but I'll wait to hear the explanation. I didn't love Ring of Grace against those bosses. I felt like the healing wasn't super fast. I think I want more damage, in all honesty. Ability being discussed is still extremely good, so I'm curious here. Yeah, remember the assertion was that build was killed by something. So I'm curious to hear as well. If said thing is still good, then build wasn't killed, but what are my damage options in this slot? Might need to go to Root Earth and grab that ring. Hey Kusa, where exactly is Haymaker? Is it straightforward? Am I just blind? Or anyone who knows where Haymaker is? Because I can just nip over to Story and grab it real quick. Well, the XP's meh, I have 5,000 scrap now. I'm happy to do this for 15 more minutes while my elixir's active. Yeah, padding out your scrap is great, and you're also, if you're doing the Labyrinth farm, that is, you're also getting that corrupted Luminite for your mutators. And I think you're getting some Relic Dust in the process, too. Getting Relic Dust early game. We were discussing this yesterday when I was starting that hardcore character. Early game Relic Dust is fucked. You just don't get it. So getting your shards simply doesn't happen unless you're clicking a lot of chests. Ashen Wasteland checkpoint. After the first mini checkpoint, head down into the main area with the train cars. Continue straight along the left wall through the train cars. Let's head over there. Got you. Appreciate it. Yeah, lab farm. Cool, Viper. Here's how these tank builds hold up against Annihilation. The thing with Annihilation is melee tank builds can't really engage with the boss in any way that's gonna look impressive. Like, in terms of melee weapons that can consistently hit Annihilation, you're looking at World's Edge, Krell Axe, Javelin, and that's it. So I wouldn't even really try this. That's the thing with showcasing, like, melee sort of tank builds. There's some enemies they're just not going to be able to really do? Character limit? Yeah. Yeah. Workability, max the strength, range, energy, cast it like once or twice, apply a large amount of damage. Made animation fixes ash, doesn't get stuck on things out of bounds. This is fourth. Nerfed by making enemy selection into a manual target, which is impossible to do when things are hectic. Damage was nerfed, range ability was nerfed. Lead rock set a limit to how it can be applied to an enemy. Okay. And is this what you're saying killed a build? Having to put in more effort, but still be viable? Killed the build? Because I have two people here saying something is still very good, and one person saying completely useless and not really elaborating on why. Rooter, please, frames. I need frames. Used it on Saturday, went 45 minutes into Steel Path, hardest difficulty, survival 0, choose left to 45 minutes for dinner. It's hard to follow this conversation as an outsider to that game, but I'm getting the sense of viability. I agree, it's nerf, good we're on the same page as much when I kept repeating some blabbering. Well, you are blabbering, speaking as someone who saw you dodge a question that was asked 3 separate times. Also, you can chill on the hostility. You're not exactly disproving my assertion that people who complain about nerfs are way too emotional about it. And third, you specifically said build dead. I'm getting other people telling me build not dead. I'm a cookie nerf. 10% less sugar. Literally unplayable. Inedible, even. Oh. Okay.
That's it. For now.
I'm in a different thing. Miscommunication then. Cool. It happens. See? Resolved. Totally not going for the right item, but I just got distracted because I remembered there's stuff here. Like right there. You can go invisible, it's important to know because going invisible makes enemies can't target you, don't attack, makes them actually do nothing while invisible, so you can highlight enemies while invisible. Seems like a good opportunity to do whatever.
My lucky day.
3 steel katana. Okay. Now, where am I going? Let me scroll back up. Or was it? Got buried. After the first mini checkpoint, head down to the main area with the train cars. Okay. So continue forward. Back in my day, all 4 Warframes could clear all content. Back in my day, our I don't have anything to say on this side. I can't think of a funny thing with the game I don't know. I'm a fraud. Still clears hardest content today with help with third ability, like you said. So fourth ability build needs to be modified with all the changes mentioned above. So I'm still not getting build is dead from this. Like you guys being hostile towards me for a while. I understand you as someone who feels personally aggrieved by balance changes. Feels like everyone is hostile to you, but it ain't that deep, homie. Just asking for receipts. It's that simple.
Oh, glad that's over.
Verification on my internet? How dare. You can give me $8 and I'll say you're verified. Nunu. That good enough? There we go. Maker's ring. We'll equip that. Melee damage by 0.2% for every 1 point of armor encumbrance, because we have a lot of encumbrance right now. We could throw that on. I don't want to put on Meteorite and try. We're gonna go back to punching things. Let's see how this goes. I want to see how well punching things goes. Shield breaker. Try no black cat. We try no black cat. So 50% unarmed. A lot of melee damage. We still have the Misty Dodge. I can Liquid Escape. Ouch. So you have to tweak the build in any way to reach comparable power. Your build's nerfed. From a certain point of view, yes. I think there are situations where that can be seen as true, J-Bridge, but the assertion made was that build dead. That's what I'm disagreeing with. The primary driving force and discourse of nerfs in build crafting games seems to be thing was nerfed, so it is dead, when that is almost never the case. This Warframe thing was presented as an example of that being the case, and what I'm seeing is that's not the case. So crying over grandma's cookies being nerfed. Listen. Big medicine. Big dental. Doesn't want you having grandma's cookies. Going against their own interest. Look in my ears, not listening. Understandable. What do I have in slot? Oh yeah. 4K speed. Spent a lot of time, frankly, way too much time in my life trying to make so many things work in fun ways with Warframe. This is the knowledge I have. Yeah, I definitely believe you. Mr. Viper do be a good theory crafter in other games. I can vouch. So I believe that would extend to Warframe. I can say that confidently without personally playing the game. My build's the wrong way for the build's still working the way. I did not deny that build I was talking about, set up mods shit, you know, before, after the update. Same combination stuff won't be as effective. So less effective, not dead. So when you said dead, you knowingly didn't mean dead? I suppose we should assign a definition to dead and clarify that. Dead meaning not viable. Does not work at all in any notable capacity. Viable meaning can clear hardest content in a reasonable amount of time. I'll tack that on. Because if you don't add that bit, then there's games where, you know, if you're not on a timer, you could, in theory, clear something with, like, something that would not broadly be considered viable. You just take longer to do it. Oh, ow. Less effective means dead in many areas unless you play Warframe only with level 30 enemies. So, like, the person in chat who you've been rude to this entire time clearly outlined in said chat how they were doing max difficulty content with the thing you labeled dead, meaning you're not understanding the definition of what you're saying, or are intentionally exaggerating because you're feeling emotional about a change you feel should not have been made, which could be perfectly valid as long as you don't exaggerate and act like an asshole about it. It's okay to admit you're wrong and no one will think less of you for it, or say that you did not phrase something the way you meant it. But you said dead. What you said is not a reflection of reality. Simple as that. Okay to be wrong. Being wrong is a great learning opportunity. I'm wrong often. I like being wrong about things because it means I can do things better in the future. Being wrong is kind of an important part of being a build crafter. How does this evade feel with the evade sweep? Excuse me, stop throwing stuff at me. I'm testing something. I think we meant builds in different ways. Just because it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Again, you're sidestepping the point. You said dead. You said that. What you described, less effective, does not inherently mean dead, especially when there's other people providing receipts that still viable, aka not dead. Like, you don't have to sidestep the point. It's okay to occasionally take the L. Less effective but still viable does not mean dead in any objective sense. If we applied logic that says that is what that means, then that quickly spirals into insanity. Yes, I said it's dead again? Okay, so bringing it back to Remnant terms again. They nerfed the best secondary weapon in the game, moved 5 bullets from the mag to the stock, and very slightly reduced its damage. It remains viable and is still the best secondary weapon in the game. If I apply your exact logic as it's written in the chat, and I can click on your chat history and see everything, if I apply your logic to that, that means that the weapon is dead, despite still being the best secondary weapon in the game. Now, can you take 3 seconds to understand how ridiculous that sounds to everybody in this conversation? Went from best weapon in the game to best weapon in the game, but by your logic, it's dead. Got Slayer to 10? Nice. Reload speed's very comfy in this game. That'll be a big noticeable difference. Hey, Hippo Slayer, how you doing? Is Logic fun? How do we eat Logic? What does it eat? I mean, Logic is a human. Like, he's a rapper, so that's cannibalism. Don, are you a cannibal? Meant build is in... let me scroll up. I changed literally nothing about my setup. My output's dead. In hard content, that was true. That's not the way you should look at it. When something changes, you gotta change your setup to make it still work. Yeah, that's just how build crafting works in general. In, like, every game that has selectable tools. You know how you can mix Remnant and Warframe builds and say that I never played Remnant and you never played Warframe? Because there are some absolute truths with how selectable options work in any situation where there are multiple options. How you doing? Is way I can see what build this is? I can just describe it for you. I'm testing doing some knuckle duster stuff. So my traits. Let me actually hide my cam so you can see the trait thing on the right side. Potency and strong back are from my classes being level 10. Max triage, fortify, vigor, siphoner, bloodstream, barkskin, and then I'm granted the free points in spirit, expertise, and I put my remaining few points here, my 6 points into regrowth for some passive health gen. What I'm toying around with is just melee tanky stuff, seeing how much value I can get out of damage increasing rings for Knuckles, because they get unarmed scaling. Actually count as unarmed? Yes, they do. So I'm getting 50% unarmed from Meteorite Shard, and then 0.2 per 1 point of weight from Haymakers, which is a lot of melee damage. Ring of Omens, because I think Misty Step is fun, and Bisected Ring for infinite stam. Which I probably don't need to use with Knuckles, because I'm not using my charge attack that much. I can change that back. There I am. Hydroid is shit and bad. Worst frame in the game, useless. Just character vulnerability. Vulnerability is helmet. It's not even his. You lost me again. I don't know the language. Don't change the build after the update. Said build's useless. No, that's not how that works, Sled Dog. That is not that kind of rigid thinking. It just doesn't work in any sort of environment where you have more than one choice in anything. I read the rest of your comment, I just couldn't continue because it's retread of the same thing, where your definition of dead is not an objective definition. That does not mean dead build.
So pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
You just switch to a ranged weapon with flying enemies. So this mod helps with that. Song of Aether. It doesn't do damage to anything except specifically flying enemies, and it just shoots them out of the sky. Which is really nice because it also slows them, debuffs their damage. A pretty forgiving mod gen requirement. So you have good uptime despite not having any sources of mod gen elsewhere. And we're going back to the difference we had in the term build. I suppose so, and in the interest of a growing headache, I'm just gonna request a subject change. After reiterating that my point about perception of nerfs by gamers on the internet is that they don't think about things objectively, rather do so emotionally. And here we are. But anyway, that's the end of that conversation. Move on. Can I just shoot you? Just land. Land? No? Die? Well, son, give me my frames back. I need them. Ooh, I do need both of the ribbons back. I'll place this. Melee Red Prince is fun. We can do that. Want to hear something funny? Yeah, what's up? To figure out what my next get is in Remnant. Do you have all the archetypes yet, Viper? Hey, ow. Ow. No, stop. Stop hitting me. Why can you still hit me during this animation? What do you mean? That's my alarm to take the trash out, but I already did it because I'm a gamer. I did it this morning.
Holy hell.
Baldur's Gate 3 Act 1 feels endless. Said I was nearly done 3 days ago. Help. I don't know, like, the cutoff for different acts. It does feel just boundless, though. Once I want for now, I'd like to get a bit stronger before I do other stuff. That's valid. Shot my Firestorm at the Aberration Labyrinth. His health bar appeared a second later. I saw Displacer, then I got teleported to my own Firestorm. Amazing. I didn't need to take this elevator. I'll have to look for some items to use similar for the time being. So, like, I don't know how well this works out compared to other options. There's just a couple things I wanted to use, so I happen to have them on together. Like, I really don't feel like Misty dodge is optimal on this, because you could free up one item slot by just running Bright Steel Ring here, and then you have your amulet free. But I think Misty Step is cool, so I'm using it anyway. It's just kind of what I happen to have on rather than what I'm going for. I'm trying to squeeze value out of the silly amount of stream hours I spent farming for Blood Moon on the Cathedral to actually get Ring of Omens. Visuals above all else. It looks so cool. It's very satisfying when you get a perfect dodge with Misty stuff. I do miss having my neutral dodge attacks, though. I don't like that Misty makes those unavailable for some weapons. I wonder if that's a bug. Saved me so many times. The only campaign I played of D&D 5 that I respect the hell out of that spell. I've been using that on, I've been playing a Warlock in Baldur's Gate 3, Dom, and my second level spell slots are almost exclusively just for Misty Stepping out of dangerous situations I put myself in with not having an attention span. It's so nice. Simply Eldritch Blast and teleport around. Ow. That healed me so much. What? I need to test that. Hit me a little bit more. Alright, perfect. Oh, that's good healing. Can be found on items. Yeah, I have an amulet that gives it. I put that on Astarion. So you can like reposition and then sneak attack. It's been pretty good so far. Land. Please? Please? Okay, fine, don't. Ow. Ow, ow. Hey, stop it. Okay, this is why this went. Okay, so I don't like repeating myself, but when I said twice, move on from that topic, I didn't mean send 3 more messages and continue it. I said it wasn't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. Don't make me repeat it again. Thank you. I hate having to crack the whip.
I'm glad that's over.
Conversation is not going anywhere because one party is calling a dog and the other party is saying, well, actually, it's not a dog if one of the hairs falls out of its ass. So, we're leaving it. Recommend Baldur's Gate 3 for someone who hasn't been a fan of turn-based combat in the past. To be honest, no, Hippo. I can't say that I do. Because it's very complicated. And it's turn-based. Like, it's as close to a tabletop as I think a video game can be. Ow. Yeah, I deserved that. Made bad choices. It's as close to a tabletop as I think a video game can be. But it's very turn-based. Like, you don't even have... Like, in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, things would still play out. Like, the turns would automatically happen. In this, it's so turn-based that, like, time is effectively frozen while you're micromanaging. It's not like that you have the option to go frame by frame. It's just, it's always like that. So if turn-based isn't for you, there's no alternative to how you can even play the game. I think we concluded it as basically apologizing. Pointing at me and calling me wrong again. How many different ways do I need to phrase move on? I understand you're very emotional about this, Lead Dog, and that's not an attack, it's an observation, because if you weren't emotional about this, you continuing to put messages about it in my chat wouldn't make sense. I understand. You do not need to get the last word in. It's okay that you're the only one contributing to the conversation who feels the way you do. And I'm not saying you need to change your mind. I'm saying it's not going anywhere. I do not agree with you, and I would like to drop the subject so you can say that you understand, or I can make you take a break from the chat. Any other questions? We're also getting the last word in. I'm the streamer, Prismatic. I make the rules. When I say move on, people move on. That's how it works. Mod build's nuts. You know if explosion damage is worth investing into. I don't think it's a separate mult or anything, Honey Bunny. I think it's just something that's good to have in the amulet slot because of the other things Detonation Trigger gives. I don't know if the explosion damage ring is worse, because it's only 10%, and unless that is also a separate mult, then that's just not going to be super valuable compared to other things you can get there. One of the archers is hard. Ow. Holy. I could probably just dodge spam. I'm healing fast enough. Prioritize elemental resist or armor on armors. I tend to try to get both. There's some exceptions to how I prioritize things. I don't need to set, I'll just go into the fight. Like, I tend to run Leto Mark 1 over Leto Mark 2 because Mark 1 is 1 point heavier and 1 point less armor, but it's substantially better resists. Enemies in the cutscene, I didn't know this game does that. There's some other situations where armor's more valuable. Wait, you're still hitting me? What? Okay. Cool. Okay. Ellers, this is a direct conversion to DR percent and be multi-armor. Armor increases you less per element, usually if it are generalist, know the enemy. There are cases where having massively inefficient armor in a slot can be worth having massively efficient resistances. Like, the crown you get from the alt kill of this guy is kind of inefficient armor-wise, and it has some negative resist in a couple categories, but it has massive fire and blight resist. And blights are in every biome. Fire is the one you're most likely to damage yourself with, and also some high-threat enemies, like Fey Archers, do fire. So, like, despite the fact that you're tanking your resistances to bleed, to overload, to poison, and 8-5 is a terrible ratio for helmets, the resistances on this are so good that I do run this on my mod build. In case by case. Hey, Meep. Rolled empathy, regen, cancer on my Apoc stories, make me want to cry. Oh, that's really upsetting. I guess empathy's not too big a deal, because you just sort of treat it like it had Spiteful Vicious and just try to no-hit it. But if you use relics for, like, engineer turret ammo or Archon mod gen, then I could definitely see that hurting. Regen's really annoying, though. I feel you on that. Getting regen on any of the Root Earth bosses kind of sucks.
It is my no.
Earlier is a Skullcracker. I wonder if Skullcracker actually makes you hard. No, it doesn't. Oh, wait. The dot was on me. Okay, I understand what happened. I bottomed out my health with Misty Step, and then the dot ticked. I see. Okay. I gotta be careful with that. So that's the problem with Misty Step if you get cursed. You don't have buffer. How about his Apoc with friends? Anyone know? Veteran with friends pre-changes. Enemies did so much damage that it was tougher than I've found solo Apoc, if we're being honest. I know the numbers don't reflect that. It doesn't quite work out that way, but solo, the enemies have less health, and I've gotten more experience since then. But it was unpleasant. It's probably palatable now, but I wouldn't Apoc with friends unless everyone was trying very hard. Let's put it that way. I would take my Apoc ready solo builds, and I'd play with friends on Nightmare. What's the threshold for each weight class? Depends on how much additional encumbrance you have. Without any encumbrance boosts, 51 puts you in fat roll. I don't remember the cutoff between light and medium, because I'm always in medium roll.
It is my another. If you...
Skullcracker mattered for the first time. So normally he doesn't have enough force to really stagger you with anything, provided you're doing challenger stuff. With these mons, he can. Way too late.
Not have bested me. What have you?
Oh, you're dead. Just had a long death animation. You know what Fortify is really worth? Yes. Short answer. It used to be more valuable, but it is still valuable. Stay in your arena, dude. Confidence booster, we cleanse curse off again. Pocket fuel. Will solve a lot of problems. Does that make melee like pay to win, except like for your character, not for you? Like they have to pay a lot. Because I use more confidence boosters in one fight on this setup than I did my entire Apoc playthrough. An investment. You know what happened there? I stopped using light attacks. I was like, let me speed up the damage here. And I started using charge attacks. You know what you don't get from charge attacks? Shield Breaker. Starshot really has no L's, even the primary fire is ridiculous. It's such a good weapon.
It is my hallowed duty now that we if you my kingdom will not suffer the mockery of man.
Yeah, see, one of the good things about Knuckles is you hit so fast, you just get shielded. And then that is a really good buffer against bosses like this that don't hit very hard in one instance. Like, if you just heal back, or shield back between, it doesn't really do all that much to you. Favorite claws count as unarmed? That I haven't tested. I only tested Knuckles because the game says they get unarmed, so I was like, oh, okay, let me look.
What hope have you? To be subject. Describe it, none of us. Without proper tribute, you make yourself
Did that stop that?
to me.
What happened to that one? Did I just dodge it?
The penalty for thieves is the flame!
Actually need to let him back in the middle. I advanced too far forward. Awkward. Rocket fuel up. Oh, you're doing the other attack, to be honest. Learning issue. I just like the idea of the Red Ferns being killed by some very heavily armored dude punching him in the dick. I'm running low on consumables. Not gonna get greedy this time though.
Knights, we have an enemy in our midst!
Knocked him down here.
Destroy the eternal
Come on. The funny. Looks like it's just the Dusters for an arm. That checks out.
Hey, how's that, huh? You ain't so tough! Yeah, you ain't so bad!
So, yeah, proof of concept. Knuckles with Shield Breaker. Good survivability as long as the incoming damage is, like, spaced out. My archetypes don't give me tank, and I have Vigor and Barkskin max. How tanking can I get with, like, a couple ring slots? Like, I'm not looking to face tank, make mistakes, and appreciate buffer room. So, because that's how I like to play as well, Viper, I tend to run as much passive health regen as I can get with this heart, Tranquil Heart. Passively grants 2 health regen per second. On use doubles all health regen for 15 seconds. And then I'll run stuff like Ring of Grace, which is 10% health regen, max health regen over 10 seconds as long as you've taken damage recently from enemies. Stuff like that in combination with the Summoner trait, Regrowth, which is up to 1.5 health regen a second. It lets you play in this way where you can afford to take an occasional hit, and then you, as long as you don't take that hit again for a few seconds, you heal back enough. So it lets you support playing well, but not perfectly. generating band might be something you could look at. See what I have. Yes. Ah, yeah. Passive health regen while shield's active. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that as well. Because that would be pretty good as long as you punched something relatively recently. 3% a second is not a small amount. It's quite large, in fact. In fact, I think I want to try generating band. We'll go back to World's Edge because we're gonna have Nightweaver, so we World's Edge. I think we still Shieldbreaker. And Haymakers. How much exactly am I getting here? Go gadget calculator out. Yeah, that's still worth it. Okay. It's between that or the charge speed from Berserker's Crest. I go lifesteal instead of regen because plans hard hitting single shots. That could be good. Yeah, 3% on top of having regrowth. That's almost good enough to make me want to try Tranquil Heart here. It's just I'm gonna need an upfront heal in situations where my Misty Dodge screws me over. So. Load screens are getting pretty intense again. I'm gonna need a full PC restart. I'll do that after stream. But for now, I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Gotta pee.
The games, they vegetarize you like a tranquilizer. Wackos everywhere. Plague of madness. I miss her. She brought me candy. Wackos everywhere. Plague of madness. I miss her. She brought me candy. I miss her. She brought me candy. Wackos everywhere. Plague of madness.
Okay, be back.
Listen, kneel, pray.
Alright, hopefully Nightweaver is not ridiculous with the modifier she rolls. If she is, then I can always switch to mod build. Provided I have enough FPS to kill on that one too. It's not looking likely. I'll do Annihilation with Havoc form. Best of luck. Provided it's actually capable of connecting consistently. I think the only real problem will be when it ends. You know, that vulnerability when you're exiting the animation. I think other than that, you're in good shape. Tor was telling me something about dark fluid being a little bit wonky. I don't have any on me, but I'm gonna have to go get some. Try that.
Everything shifted around us.
Keep it on eye on the timer and end it manually. Yeah, end it manually when it's safe.
Well, this isn't looking good.
Definitely seems like this strat. Do you know if feedback loop works while you're in Havoc form? Wonky Dark Fluid was my nickname in high school. Amazing. They're cool, we'll have to test later. It might be worth it. Because, like, that applies Overload, which you won't have another way of doing while you're in Havoc form, and it lets you do damage. Oh. Could be interesting. I do find it kind of weird that Havoc can't overload, but I think it's a good thing that Havoc can't overload. Okay, please just be like Party Skullcracker. I can deal with that. Thick Skin Elder resist. Actually, I can deal with that too. Okay, not if that happens. Feels like Remnant 1 where only some shot could overload. Yeah. And since this is two-phase, I do actually want a Black Cat Band here. I don't need that damage. Why did my lake water run out? It still had time on it, didn't it? Maybe not. I'm going crazy. Wait. Surprised that hit me. I'll be here for a while, but super doable.
If Stonebringer could actually physically hit her with the shockwaves, I'd be using that here because it's much more DPS. Oh, shit. Thought it was farther away. Okay, mechanically. It's sound. It's time. Pop that. I don't have too many of those, but... Just the follow-up. I need to stop reading extra follow-ups. That first big hit she got on me was because I did a triple. That one was because I did a double. It's easy to get impatient when you're doing stuff like World's Edge spam. Because I want to just be meleeing the boss, but I can't. I'd have to go tankier to do that. I could invest for that. I guess Shield Breaker isn't helping me at all here either. Circlet Blood Moon thing. I don't remember. Maybe? I know it's one of the Misty Step things. But I don't remember if that's the one in the Blood Moon door in Imperial Gardens. choice, bad choice. Too soon. Soccer Chick, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate it immensely. How are you? Always good to see you. Not the shout out. I'm ready for Soccer Chick's next stream. It's soon, right? I mean, who's not in on the joke? Soccer quit streaming, doing real life stuff instead. So it's funny to bring it up. Oh, that was stupid. During Misty? I feel like when doing Misty stuff, you almost need a bait window. Unshout. Reading list of all elements, looking for ones I might find useful. Fair enough, yeah. Alright, so I don't have confidence boosters for the next phase. I don't love that. I can actually put on a useful mutator now though. That should be good here. Gray health conversion. Let's see what happens here. All the chatters saying, "Get back here, soccer!" There it is. I guess in this phase I could have shield breaker if I wanted to. like this. So much damage still. I don't know if great health against Nightweaver is a vibe. Really good mod gen though, holy shit. This is a really good mod gen, I just noticed. Oh, I thought you were over there. Yeah, I deserve that. Okay, I deserve that. Oh, my friend wants to be a worm farmer on the side. Question mark. First time doing second phase Annihilation is interesting. Oh yeah, those first 5 seconds of what? You want me to do what? Yeah, that'll get you. Alright, we'll switch to mod build to clear this. But we got good information here. Necklace of Flowing Life mod gen, if you're constantly taking damage, is really good. Like, I was filling Healing Shot up really fast. So you even get useful information inside of your failures. What am I supposed to even have on? Yeah. Loveland's Follower, Black Cat, Singed. Go Detonation Trigger, actually. With Tremor. Now, Weaver, if you could stop laughing for just like a minute. Push the armor out. Not Bandit Cruiser. Respecting takes a minute sometimes. Archon Alchemist. Yeah, I'll put that on. Respect traits. I still have my 4 consumables on stonks. I suppose that's something of a cheesy power gamer thing you could do. If you have Alchemist's Prime perk, you can keep your 4 concoctions under some circumstances. Even when you switch off. That should all be correct. I don't really need World's Edge to be anything different. Any bonuses from doing Nightmare Adventure versus Veteran, like more scrap, etc. I'm actually not certain. I know on Apoc you start getting Simulacrum from bosses and you get higher relic shards, but I don't know about the differences between Nightmare and such. Oh, holy, all 3 frames. understand you have Ellie resist Nightweaver. Stop it. Too early. Upstairs? Yeah, you're upstairs. It's a good combo. I think I'm dead. No, they nerfed that. I forgot. Cool. Deserved. Simply a skill issue. Quack shoots guns in this game. Sometimes. Technically in this build, I'm barely shooting. How you doing, Ewok? Got the second phase? Ooh, let's go. And flubbed and died instantly. Second phase be like. Got a 180 on that next time.
pew pew.
Thick skin LA resist is certainly a combo. See, I do shoot sometimes. Was too close. I don't know why I'm so much better at dodging her when I'm using guns. But
Oh yeah.
it's not like it's a hard build to play. However, I'm doing things unrelated to that better. I gotta sit down and figure out Nightweaver better. But yeah, let's go. Reload animation on Alpha Omega is neat. I think you're neat. Boom. Got him. I gotta mess with Alpha Omega more. I think it's a cool gun. The mod has a lot of potential. It reminds me a lot of Twisted Arbalest's mod. Probably pretty crazy on the setup, honestly. Second phase annihilation is like instantly being flown to a foreign country with a fully different alphabet, being shown a menu you don't understand, and a chef shouts at you, "Order!" You're not wrong. Did okay on scrap there, although I'm gonna have to replenish a lot of consumables. Hopefully my PC doesn't explode with me reopening Chrome. Don't explode. Don't explode. My cat is aggroing. He wants something. Probably water. It is very hot. Yeah, I'll get you your stuff, cat. You know, relatively short stream as far as Remnant goes for me. But that's enough of that for me today. Hey, RJS, would you recommend a PC with a 3060 or a Series X PS5? I'm on a 1070, and this is minimum settings, so, and it's going through encoding. So if you think this looks good enough for you, just know that you'll have better visual fidelity, and you'll also have better frames than I do. So your specs better than mine if you have a 3060 or 3070, 3080, the 30 series, either way. Any way you slice it. I don't think you'll have a significant difference between those, although I will say on PC you get patches on time. So 3060 roughly equivalent to a PS5. So about the same. Damn it, an ad just started.
Typing in case anyone is in ad jail. Jail. Yes. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate you. What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I'll be on. It'll be more Remnant. We all know it'll be Remnant. I won't be stuck in 2 hours of geisha resetting jail, so be able to do some fun stuff. I appreciate you guys. Thank you as always for the support, for the conversation, and for the memes. Who's live we can say hi to? Beef is doing the hunt, Fan's doing the hunt, Hawkins doing the hunt, Tom's doing the hunt. We haven't raided Beef in a while, so as with the rest of this week, I've been making sure to raid people who are participating in the hunt, which, if you don't know, is an annual community event run by the Borderlands community, and it's where they have a race to acquire one of every unique item in the game from the dedicated drop source of that item, and with the extra part outside of it being a competition is that it's a charity benefit. It's to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I am wearing some St. Jude merch right now. I got a shirt. So if you want to help support an event that's raising money for kids, then you can help even if you can't financially contribute, just by keeping the chat moving, just by following the people running and amplifying what they're doing, and by leaving a lurk, pat out their viewer count, get them higher in the directory, etc., etc. But yeah, y'all are awesome. I'll see you next time. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. And y'all are great. Have a good one. Bye-bye.